All right, it looks like it is 5:30 on the dot, and we are going to call our meeting to order. 1.1, thank you all for being here. And we are going to stand 1.2 for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag salute. Okay, and I count of three. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and then in Espanol. Okay. All right, please have a seat.
All right, that was Mr. Mueller's fifth grade class from Brown Elementary. All right, we are now moving to 1.3, approval of the agenda. We're at 1.3, approval of the agenda, board.
So move.
All right, it's been moved and second. If there's no discussion, let's prepare to vote. All right, motion carried. Thank you so much. We're now moving to 1.4, inspirational message. And tonight I get the honor to do the inspirational message. And for many of you, maybe you don't know, but this month is National Bullying Prevention Month. National Bullying Prevention Month. And I know we have a lot of the awareness days as well. And so that was my inspiration, and I'll be talking about kindness. With so much going on in the world today, we need more kindness. Showing kindness while working in a team definitely leads to success. You can win the hearts of your colleagues, employees, and others by just doing little things. These acts of kindness may include smiles, respect, encouragement, paying gratitude, giving a thoughtful recommendation. Hold the door for a person behind you. Give a compliment. Introduce someone to a contact in your network. Being nice to someone you dislike, giving forgiveness, and congratulating someone on their accomplishments. I conclude that we all should be on the same mission to serve humanity and be kind to others. Often we think too much and feel too little. We are more than machines, we are humans. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness in this world. Thank you so much. We are now going to move to 2.0 special presentation. And the first one is Outstanding Achievement Awards. And it's been some time since we had the opportunity to give out some achievements. So, Ms. Ontiveros.
President Gwen Dowdy-Rogers, Vice President Scott Wyatt, Honorable Board and Cabinet. It is my honor tonight to help us ease a little further back into normal with a modified presentation of our Outstanding Achievement Awards. This evening, the Board of Education will honor students, parents, and staff from Hunt Elementary School and Indian Springs High School. The board recognizes outstanding students to build self-esteem and honor excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, citizenship, and most improvement. The board will also recognize outstanding parents and employees. This year, as with most things, we'll be recognizing our outstanding award winners a little differently. To maintain social distancing, we've invited our families to receive their recognition items at their school site. and captured some photos of that to share with you tonight as we honor them. And we've asked them to join us on YouTube. So when it comes time to applaud them, we hope you'll do so loudly. We do have at least one of our honorees here tonight, and we'll ask him to stand at the time when he's honored. We'll display photos of our award winners on the screens as you see. Besides keeping people safe as possible, this change also allows us to hear from our site leaders, who will share all of the special things about the people that we're honoring from their schools. And first up, I'd like to turn the mic over to Kristen Coling, principal of Hunt Elementary School, to tell us about her school's Outstanding Achievement Award winners.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us to present Hunt's Outstanding Students, Parent, and Employee Awards. Please join me in celebrating Jake Ward, a 5th grader in Miss Villegas' class. Jake demonstrates outstanding citizenship and academics at school. He follows the PBIS tenets by being respectful, responsible, and safe at all times. Jake scores above grade level in language arts. In math, he is tenacious at working on a problem until he arrives at the answer. That tenacity will take him far in his goal to become an astronaut. I'm sure Jake's parents, John Ward and Cecilia Ortega, are just as proud of Jake as I am. Our next outstanding student is Zarian Jackson. She's also a 5th grader in Miss Villegas' class. Zarian is very self-motivated. She's a model avid scholar. She does her best to be prepared, stay organized, and follow the avid academic philosophy. Zarian also models good citizenship and leadership skills both in the classroom and as part of the student council. Zarian wants to attend Harvard University and study medicine while playing basketball. Congratulations to Zarian's parents, Patrick Jackson and Jamie Hayes, for raising an amazing young lady. Next, our Vice Principal, Mrs. Brown, will tell you about our staff honorees and parent.
Hello. Hunt's next honoree is Outstanding Parent Award winner Monica Eguia. She's a member of Hunt's School Site Council and English Learners Advisory Committee, and she represents Hunt at DLAC meetings. Beyond that, Monica volunteers regularly and recently became a recreational aide, supporting students in many ways throughout the day. When her husband passed away, Monica stepped up to become a citizen and get her driver's license so she could support her daughter and set an example she can follow. Next, Secretary 2, Miguel Villalobos, is our choice for the Outstanding Employee Award. As the school secretary, he works diligently to research and solve problems and support all staff and students, so Hunt remains a great place to work and learn. He juggles many tasks at once, always with a smile, and stays calm during an emergency. Miguel follows the basics of excellence by focusing on results together and providing excellent customer service by listening attentively and checking back to make sure problems are solved. Miguel is a true professional. Miguel, please stand.
Congratulations.
Thank you for honoring the amazing people at Hunt Elementary School.
Awesome. And to all the students as well.
Thank you so much, Principal Coling and your team. I really appreciate the honor to kick off this recognition of our students, our parents, and our staff. But now we'd like to turn this over to Indian Springs High School, and I think we're going to be welcoming Principal Kristen Bikendova virtually. There she is. So, Kristen, please share your awards. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank the Board of Education for giving me this opportunity to spotlight our Indian Springs family. First up, we're going to honor Stephanie Trout. She is a senior and is our first outstanding student. She was nominated by her teacher, Mr. Sun, and is ranked 7th in her class with a 4.71 GPA. Stephanie is a student leader. She serves as the Sports Medicine Pathway President of the Student Cabinet Unit. She is a member of the softball team, and she also works part-time. She's self-motivated, well-rounded, both traits that will help her reach her goal of becoming a neurosurgeon. Stephanie's mother and father have done an outstanding job raising her. Please congratulate Stephanie. Our next outstanding student is senior Eric Rodriguez Flores. He was nominated by his teacher, Albert Diaz. Eric wasn't happy with his grades in middle school, so he decided to start off new in high school, becoming one of the hardest working students on campus. He started by studying 5 hours a day, and when that wasn't enough, he signed up for tutoring. Eric's now earning A's and is well on his way to reaching his goal of being a computer technician or engineer. His mother, Miss Flores, and his sister, Angel, are both very proud of him. Our Outstanding Parent Award this evening goes to Maria Chavez. She's been an active parent at Indian Springs for the past 4 years, supporting her son Rafael and all students. Not only is Maria the president of the English Learner Advisory Committee, but she's taken an active role in assisting Indian Springs in creating a culture that helps all students succeed. We truly appreciate her hard work and dedication to our school community. And finally, I would like to congratulate Cynthia Aprecio, who is our bilingual clerk 1, but she's currently working out of class as our ASB accounting technician. Cynthia has proven she's truly dedicated to our Coyote community by serving both students and families. She's gone above and beyond expectations to fill in for a vacant position that's necessary for our students to have all the opportunities they deserve. She's kind and professional and demonstrates our core values of integrity, trust, and growth while making hope happen every day. Those are the Indian Spring High School's Outstanding Achievement Award winners. Thank you for this opportunity to award them.
Congratulations.
And I'd like to thank everybody who is making hope happen across our district, and to thank all of you for helping us to bring back this tradition in this modified way as we continue to ease our way back toward normal. So we'll be back again next month with some additional awards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ontiveros. All right, we're now going to go to 2.2, resolution recognizing October as Filipino American History Month. And I believe I stopped with you, Dr. Flores, so I'm going to start with you, Ms. Rosales Medina.
I would like to defer to.
No, I stopped with you last time. I said I was
Oh, you're gonna
giving
go
it
with
to,
him? Okay.
yeah, I'm
All
giving
right.
it to Ms.
Okay, I understood. Let me just make sure. So this is resolution recognizing October as Filipino American. Am I the right one? Filipino American Month, yes. Whereas Filipino American History Month became federally acknowledged in 2009 when the Senate of the 111th Congress passed a formal resolution to recognize Filipino American history throughout the month of October. And whereas October's significance is due to the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States when, on October 18th, 1587, Filipino sailors came ashore from the Spanish galleon. I was trying to say it in Spanish, I guess. Nuestra Señora de Esperanza, and landed at what is now Morro Bay, California. And whereas Filipino Americans are the second largest Asian American group in the country and the third largest ethnic group in California, Filipino Americans have played a critical part in the history and culture of both the United States and California. And whereas 2021 marks the 50th anniversary of the first Young Filipino People's Far West Convention, which took place in Seattle University in 1971 and brought together over 300 young Filipino American participants from the West Coast, and is hailed as the beginning of the Filipino American movement. And whereas Filipino American History Month highlights the economic, cultural, social, and patriotic contributions Filipino Americans have made in countless ways towards the development of our state and our country, and provides an opportunity to examine Filipino Americans' history and culture. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby recognize October as Filipino American History Month and calls upon schools, educators, and the community to celebrate the history and culture of Filipino Americans and their historic contributions to the nation by observing the month with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. Second.
Moved in second. Is there a discussion? If not, we're prepared to vote. Thank you. Motion carried. 2.3, resolution recognizing November as National Diabetes Awareness Month. Mr. Tillman?
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas diabetes is an epidemic in the United States, a chronic life-threatening medical condition that affects people of all ages and ethnicities and ranks as the seventh leading cause of death in the United States. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, over 34 million Americans have diabetes, 1 in 3 American adults has pre-diabetes, and about 85% of those adults do not know it, greatly increasing their health risks. And whereas 210,000 youth in America under age 20 are estimated to have diagnosed diabetes, and a joint National Institute of Health and CDC study found that annually approximately 15,000 youth are diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and 3,600 youth are diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And whereas approximately 3 million people in California, or about 10% of the adult population, have diagnosed diabetes, with an estimated 247,000 diagnosed every year, and whereas the CDC estimates that as many as 1 in 3 American adults will have diabetes by 2050 if present trends continue, and whereas with awareness, the proper management and treatment, people with diabetes can live healthy, productive lives, and though there is no cure for diabetes, there are proven means to reduce the incidence of and delay the onset of type 2 diabetes. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes November 2021 as National Diabetes Awareness Month and encourages its schools, students, parents, and community members to engage in a variety of awareness and prevention activities designed to educate employees, students, and families on the warning signs and symptoms of this chronic disease so that it may be diagnosed early in its course and treated effectively. So moved.
Moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and take the vote.
Madam President, Mr. Calvin looks at me like he's amazed that I can read. I'm just playing. I play golf with Mr. Calvin from time to time.
Motion carried. Thank you so much. All right, 2.4, resolution recognizing November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month and November 26, 2021 as Native American Heritage Day. Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. Resolution recognizing November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month and November 26, 2021 as Native American Heritage Day. Whereas in 1990, President George H.W. Bush first designated the entire month of November as National American Indian Heritage Month, and whereas in 2009, President Barack Obama issued a proclamation designating the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month and the Friday after Thanksgiving as Native American Heritage Day. And whereas also commonly referred to as American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month, Native Americans are not a single nation, but include a variety of nations, cultures, languages, and distinct histories that make up part of the fabric of the United States. And whereas Native Americans have made important contributions to the United States and the rest of the world in many fields, including agriculture, medicine, music, language, art, and the armed forces, and have distinguished themselves as inventors, entrepreneurs, spiritual leaders, and scholars. And whereas there are approximately 7 million American Indians and Alaskan Natives living in the United States, with California, Arizona, and Oklahoma home to the largest number of Native Americans. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District does hereby declare November 2021 as National Native American Heritage Month and encourages educational leaders in our district to participate in appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs, and declares November 26, 2021 as National Native American Day, a day to celebrate the traditions, languages, and stories of Native Americans.
So moved.
Second.
And moved in second. If there's no discussion, let's vote. Motion carried. Thank you. We're now at 3.0 closed session. 3.1 closed session public comments. Are there any? All right. We are now at 3.2. We will adjourn to closed session and the closed session agenda, and we will return momentarily. All right, we are ready to resume our meeting. We are back from our closed session. 4.0, action reported from closed session. 4.1, Assistant Director of Special Education Human Resources, be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee: Barbie Rowland, Assistant Director, Special Education, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So move.
It's been moved and second. If there is no discussion, we will go ahead and vote.
Can you repeat the?
It's 4.1.
I see it, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carried. 4.2, Principal, Virtual Academy Human Services. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee: Karma Duffy, Principal, Virtual Academy, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So move.
It's been moved in second. If there's no discussion. All right. It was Mr. Tillman. Yes, and we have a discussion on 4.2.
So thank you so much. First of all, I want to say that the Virtual Academy, the reality is that we've been facing huge challenges, and I think this is across the board, all districts. I was really hoping that we were able to look at someone that has Virtual Academy experience. I know that there's many schools out there, but the reality is the Virtual Academy is a huge challenge for our district. We have over 1,200 students in the waiting list, and I just wanted to point that out. All right, thank you.
All right. If there's no further discussion, let's vote. All right, motion carried. And is Miss Duffy still here, as well as Mrs. Barbie, or Miss Rowland, I'm sorry? Would you stand, and we want to just say congratulations to you. Thank you. 4.3, expulsion of students, positive youth development. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board's rules and regulations and in compliance. It went away. In compliance with Education Code 48900, and we have 423-830, 494-976, 428-788, 42788, and 400-316. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and second. Is there a discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Tillman?
So just for clarification, where it says expulsion of students, positive youth development, what does that mean specifically?
The students on 4.3 have been recommended for expulsion. Evidence has been put forth. The recommendation is based on the findings. They've gone through due process, And so the hearing panel is recommending that they be expelled from the school district either for 1 year or for 1 semester.
What does the positive youth development mean?
That's the department in which submitted the information.
Oh, so it has nothing to do with the bearing on
No, sir.
whether the expulsion is suspended or anything?
No,
So all these students that I read in here are going to be expelled, and then they'll
Correct.
end up going to a county school?
correct.
And how much of a handoff do we do on making sure they go to that county school?
So we go through the process of placing them at the other campus. They do meet with the case carrier and the hearing panel to make sure that they've met terms and conditions for them to return back to school after they've served the term of term of expulsion.
Do we have a rate of how many students that get expelled actually complete the process of attending a county school?
I don't have it at this time, but I can provide it to
Can we
you.
get that? 'Cause it's
Yes, sir.
important. I have a real concern because some of these students, I know, like, for instance, if there's a weapon involved, it's automatic expulsion.
Yes,
But a lot of these students are doing very well in school. It'd just be a tragedy for them not to be able to graduate from high school because they made a mistake.
absolutely.
So I'd like to hear those numbers, and then maybe we can look at some options.
Yes, sir.
If what we're doing right now currently doesn't work.
Correct. We can do that, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to clarify to Board Member Tillman that just because they go to county schools, Mr. Tillman, doesn't mean they cannot graduate, because they can graduate from county schools.
And I just want to see what the success rate is so we can know whether it's being successful or not.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If there is no further discussion, let's vote.
Dr. Flores?
If it's gone, you want to? All right, motion carried. Thank you. 4.4, students recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but recommended to youth court for other means of correction, positive youth development. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and finding of facts of the Positive Youth Development Department and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations and compliance with Ed Code Section 48900, 437-590, 443-853, 465-964, 42703, 505-752, 440-446, 462-573, and 46932.
So move.
5. It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Tillman?
So on these, they're being referred to youth court? Is that what this is? So where is the student attending school while they're going to youth court?
So typically, the students who go through this process are transferred to another campus with terms and conditions, meaning that they have to continue any type of counseling, youth court, because the hearing panel felt that the student that was recommended for expulsion, that there was other ways to rectify and remediate without having to fully expel the student.
I guess I'm a little confused on these. So some of these students have brought like weapons to school, a knife or had so what's the difference between one of these students that had a knife and the other students that were expelled and going to the county?
There may have been due process errors. Actually, that would be the next one. This is, let's say you had a student who maybe brought a knife to school and they were in Boy Scouts. Never been in trouble, had the knife, fell out of their pocket, didn't brandish it. Those are mandatory expulsions, but there was other ways to correct that because that student didn't brandish the weapon, there was no history, good grades, so they do evaluate each case individually.
Cal's part of it was They were going to have the knife for Boy Scouts?
What's that?
You mentioned Boy Scouts. I'm trying to figure out what does that have to do with?
No,
being
that was a scenario. So if there was a student who happened, so let's say there was a student who went to camp. This actually happened. They went to camp. They had a knife in their pocket, in their backpack. They used the backpack to go to their camp over the weekend. They forgot that it was in there. It fell out at school. Student didn't have any discipline history. Student had good grades. It was kind of like they just forgot to do that. So to take it out, because they had their clothes in there, they had their backpack in there, or the knife and other things in there. So they look at the cases case by case to determine whether or not there was any way that they could correct that behavior.
that, because we've been doing youth court for a little while, I'm assuming that it's been proven that it's successful?
Yes, we actually have, it's an award-winning program. We can provide you some additional information about the success rate of youth court in the Friday update. Yes, sir.
If there's no additional questions, let's vote.
Dr. Flores?
All right, thank you. Motion carried. 4.5, students recommended for expulsion but terminated in student assertive discipline due to completion of the youth court, availability of other means of correction, and/or due process error, positive youth development. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation of the Positive Youth Development Department that the following students were recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on the due process errors, insufficient evidence, and/or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted. 423-830, 494-976, 428-788, 428-92, 400316.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tillman?
So on these, do the students remain at the same school?
It is possible that they could remain at the same school, yes.
There's no further discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. Motion carried. 4.6, other closed session actions. Be it resolved that the Board of Education accepts the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to dismiss the following classified employees from his or her employment with the district: HR Class 21-2201ER, HR Class 21-22-09ER, and HR Class 21-22-10-ER.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. Is there any discussion? All right, if not, let's vote. Thank you. Motion carried. We are now at 5.0, public comments. 5.1, This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. All right, our first speaker is Jenny Pedersen.
This away from my face. There we go.
Welcome.
Good evening, board members. I stand before you as a custodian lead, a proud employee of SBC USD, working for San Bernardino High School for the last 6 years, a site I call home. I've been an employee for the district for 22 years. I started as a recreational aide, noon duty, sunrise, CAPS leader. I've seen children from kindergarten to middle school to walking across the graduating stage in high school. Not as a woman, not as a man, not as brown, black, or white. I come to you tonight with a heavy heart that plagues all of us hardworking employees. We've seen enough racial divide, vaccinated versus unvaccinated, mandate after mandate, and management changing the rules as we go along, expecting us to keep up. We are asking you to make informed decisions, do fact-finding, and create a checks and balance system that works for all in the SBC USD family. We're starting to see more micromanaging, which does not create growth. Each and every site is like a living, breathing organism, forever changing and growing, or being slowly killed off, depending on how it is ran. Sometimes it's how you present things to the working members. Like when you title meetings as listen and learn, it comes across as do what I say or else. We see more managers getting hired on and less employees doing the work that is so badly needed for our sites and staff and students across the board. Security, secretaries, custodians, cafeteria workers, maintenance and operation workers, aides, teachers, and sub-custodians. We're asking that you work with the PD and have these positions running at all times and open until we get enough staff here. I pose a question to you all. Why is it that we have sub-custodians working for 10 plus years? Because of language barriers? Give them extra service points on the test when they take it, or a supplemental test. They're good workers. We are asking you to stop the hire of 5 new custodial supervisors. That money could be better allocated to 15 custodians helping these sites. And yes, Doc Irving, you did enter our campus with arrogance. You should try humbling yourself a little bit. And I don't think it's a fireable offense, but you did come on our campus and say it was dirty. Instead of reaching out and saying, why is it dirty? Where's the custodian so I can have a conversation with him or her? And find out instead of assuming we're not trying. What's going on the ground? You could find a solution to the problem. It is you that needs to build a relationship with us. And when the food starts flying, don't run. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandy Owens.
Clarifying question. Can you come right back
go
up,
ahead.
please?
Wait.
So I just have a clarifying. You mentioned that there's a position, right here. You mentioned that there was positions being hired, management positions within that department, and you're
Yes.
asking for, I just wanted to clarify, more of custodians? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's custodial supervisors. They're applying for 5 more additional custodial supervisors when we're short-staffed at all of our sites.
Custodial, so 5 custodial supervisors. Did you see that on the agenda?
No, that was not
Okay.
on the agenda, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Dr. Flores.
Don't go. I have a clarifying question. So how do you know there's 5 managerial
I recently tested for it, but I don't agree with it.
Okay. So how many custodians do you think we need?
Custodians wise, the vacancy log isn't even accurate. You don't show all the vacancies. Like Indian Springs, I think they're down 4 custodians, if not 3. San Bernardino High School is down 3. And I think that's the process that it takes in order to get it on the vacancy log. I mean, we don't get subs. We're constantly.
So you're short-staffed, and so you're not able to even comply with even the basics.
Exactly.
Okay.
On a daily basis, we're just doing the best that we can to make sure everything is presentable and the best that we can give our staff and students.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandy Owens.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Owens, and I'm a member of the SBTA Board of Directors. In Mr. Irvin's e-news and notes of October 8th, we were reminded that October is National Bullying Prevention Month. It was also announced that this board had recently adopted a resolution proclaiming its commitment to the education and prevention of bullying and exploring solutions. As school district employees, we're also required to view an anti-harassment training as well as a school bullying training. Does all this apply to the adults in our district as well? Does this apply to our administrators and the way our administrators are treating their staff? I certainly hope so. Today, I'd like to tell you about a school site and a staff that is struggling. Since the beginning of the school year, they have been required to give up their 15-minute planning time from 8:25 to 8:40. That is 13 hours of valuable planning time that these teachers have missed out on. A grievance stopped this practice. However, the administrator did retaliate by removing an extra paid time opportunity for the teachers. On 2 other occasions, this administrator has entered a classroom with chart paper and excused the teacher. They then proceeded to quiz the students on what they didn't like about the teacher, charted it, transcribed it, and presented it to the teacher as a way to improve. And I believe we have an evaluation process in place that provides administrators and teachers with the opportunity to collaborate on ways to improve. Then there is the weaponizing of guest teachers. A guest teacher was sent into a classroom on this site. She sat in the back of the room with a notepad and her cell phone for the day. It was suggested to the guest teacher that they roam the room to monitor and assist students. They chose not to. The guest teacher has the same name as one of our assistant superintendents. This is a whole new level of intimidation. And finally, and probably the most distressing, is the practice that has been adopted at this school of feeding the students in the classrooms. The classrooms reek of spilled milk and food. There's an increase in cockroach activity. The teachers are being held responsible for monitoring the meals of students with dietary restrictions. The SKO is allowed to verbally abuse the staff. And the staff was told this was a pilot program. At this school, breakfast is served from 9:10 to 9:40 a.m. Nutrition Services informed me today that all breakfasts they serve are served before 8:50 unless otherwise directed by the administrator. Yes, I'm saying 9:10 to 9:40. That's right in the middle of prime instructional time. At a daily loss of 30 instructional minutes per day, as of today, October 19th, the students at this school have missed out on 27 hours of instructional time due to this practice. And if this practice continues to the end of the school year, the loss will total 90 hours of instructional time. How is any of this good for kids? How is low staff morale and school climate of fear and distrust in the best interest of our children? How is the loss of up to 90 hours of instructional time good for our kids? I'll tell you, it's not. I would like your help in stopping this behavior. Workplace bullying is never okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And
And to add to
Superintendent
that,
Irvin, you
so just to
do
clar-
have the, you have a, I just want to just note that superintendent will have this information so that he can get in touch with you.
Thank you.
Clarify, so with regards to so there's a retaliation, you can do a uniform community complaint form.
Okay.
So I think if you can let them know that they should be filing
Okay.
a complaint, and then you'll just have them circle where it says retaliation.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Ray Culberson.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
This is Old Home Week. I was very excited when I heard the comments on the expulsions and the like. It reminded me of the old days when those things were really hard pressed. One of the things I wanted to talk about is my tenure and time here. It's a time for me to tell my story, not in a negative way, not in anything like that, but in the adventure of Ray Culberson on a daily basis, trying to achieve and fight through many of the battles. I think I was probably almost fired 12 times, however it went, but at the same time, I survived the game because San Bernardino has the ability to move forward and go from there, and nothing is ever personal. It's always tactical, and I gave as good as I got, but I survived to the end. But the bottom line is this, is as we move forward in this game, there's so many things that happen all around us. We see what's happening with COVID. We see what happens with all the tension levels that are happening in the schools with kids and the like. And now we see tension levels all over with adults going back and forth, nationwide. And sometimes we just have to stop and just look back and see what the positive things are that each individual brings. I can tell you for a fact that with suspension and expulsions and this hard-fought comment, due process errors, youth court, those were all hard-fought that people would retaliate against, because when you're stopping an expulsion or something like that, people take it the wrong way and you want to find due process. But I can say this, that the unified force of all the board members have always prevailed. I can tell you without question, I knew every single time I put something on the agenda and it had numbers, Dr. Barbara Flores was going to challenge those numbers and make sure. So I made sure if there were inaccurate numbers on there, let them be inaccurate, because Dr. Flores is going to pick it out and I'm going to be able to use it to create a new program. I can tell you for a fact that suspension expulsions would not have started without Danny Tillman sitting back in the background, always, just like he did every single day, talking about those things. I didn't have to meet with any of the board members. I just recognized where they were moving. And then I just created a program to go that way. I can tell you without a fact, Abigail Medina, who sat in my office and came in as a brand new person looking at all those things, the social justice part of, everything. Things could not happen without that. I can tell you without Dr. Rogers, with her tactical things that I knew of her in the community and doing the things that she did, the value that she brings. Dr. Scott Wyatt is going to fight like a champion every single time there's an issue that comes up. Margaret Hill, Dr. Hill is going to make sure that the motherly love is there and that we all do it the right way. Myra Sabalas has probably gone through more stuff that our kids have gone through, and she brings that dedication to all of us. And so the board members working together is a unified force. Doc is here, and he's coming into this thing, and he has to figure out how to balance all the personalities. And I just say, find the goodness in each person. There's no victory or no battle. The only thing that happens is that we find the best interest for kids. I can look on the board. Dr. Manadas, thank you very much for pushing that wellness thing. We knew that we needed that department. Sandra Rodriguez, when you come and you were a tutor back in the old days in Cajon, and you fought your way to become an assistant. Marcus, always encouraging and polite, and those kinds of things happening and fighting your way to become an assistant. Anna Applegate, always nice, every single time. And Ginger, always tactical. Chief Polino, been to Tet Mountain and fighting Tet Mountain and doing the battles. Not everybody agreed with everything that I tried to do. Not everybody agreed with everything that happened. And not everybody wanted progress. There are 5 types of people that we have to deal with in an organization. The group that, number one, that does not want to do anything. They're not going to do anything that you tell them to do. The second group is going to do exactly what you tell them to do, no more, no less. The third group is going to do what you say to do, and they're going to try to add on to your strategy. The fourth group is going to be somebody who says, you know what, we need a new thing, we need something new, and they're going to have to take the chance. That's me, the entrepreneur, the guy who's going to take the chance and get out there and know that it's going to be a sacrifice, but no good action. No good action. You got to get out. You got to get out there. You got to be a soldier. No good action comes without somebody trying to come after you or target you, because you got to move forward. But the game is this. But as for ye thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good, to bring to pass as it is this day, to save much people alive. That's what I live by. The innovation. Battles are beyond everything else, struggles are morale, but defeat is inevitable as soon as the hope of conquering ceases to exist. Success comes not to them who suffer least, but to him whose will is firmer and morale strongest. And there's not a person in here who can't say Ray Culberson's will and morale was not strong. I will fight for everything that needs to happen. And so what I'm saying here, you guys, I don't know, but I'm saying this. People are watching everything that we do. We don't need polarization. We don't need separation. We need unification. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lupe Dolan.
Hi, my name is Lupe Dolan. I'm a junior at Pacific High School and a leader with ICUC. As ICUC, we have been advocating for the expansion of mental health resources and the creation of on-campus wellness centers here in SBCUSD since 2016. Since 2018, we have surveyed, talked to, and been in direct community with approximately 2,350 students who have all uplifted the narrative that there is tremendous need for us to have mental health resources readily available to all students at school. This comes as no surprise to my peers and I, since we see firsthand how mental health issues amongst young people have been on the rise. There was already a need for these resources since before the pandemic, and there is definitely an even bigger need now. It's no secret that the coronavirus pandemic has added to the existing social and economic disparities SBCUSD students experience. According to the Center for Disease Control, depression and anxiety among youth increased by 25% during the pandemic, while suicide is now the second highest leading cause of death for youth ages 15 to 24. Now more than ever, we need you all as our school district to make sure that student mental health is a top priority for this district. According to the Journal of Counseling Psychology, early detection of mental health concerns leads to improved academic achievement and reduced disruptions at school. This is why we are here today, to continue to urge for the expansion and implementation of school-based health centers with an emphasis on mental health services across all the high schools and middle schools in our district. The creation of these centers inside our schools is a proven approach. If implemented effectively, it can make a lasting impact for students in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you want to come back up? There's a clarifying question, Lupe.
Luki, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So that survey that you did, was it across all our high schools?
Yes.
Okay. And did everyone, just to clarify, want a wellness center in their school?
Yes.
Fully staffed?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you come before the board to request more wellness centers?
Because the ESSER is being discussed today. The ESSER 3 funding is being discussed today.
I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
The ESSER 3 funding is being discussed today.
Because it's being discussed today,
Yeah.
okay. And there's, I believe there's only $3,326,500 for, plus $851 out of quite a bit of money. Like, what is the amount, the total amount? I think it's 299. I'm not sure the full amount. So you guys would request that we change that as a board? Is that what you're asking? That we increase the funding for wellness centers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Angel Orozco. Oroso, I'm sorry. Orozco.
Hello. My name is Angel Orozco. I am a junior at San Gorgonio High School, and I'm a youth leader with ICUC. I was invited by an ICUC organizer and was able to attend the virtual meeting hosted by the district this past Wednesday, October 13. They called for community input for the ESSER 3 expenditure plan. As a student, I can honestly say that I was very disappointed to see that the school district lack of transparency when it comes to ESSER 3 funds at the community input meeting. While there were a lot of information shared with us that night about different programs that will potentially be funded by ESSER 3 funds, it wasn't until halfway through the meeting, the 90-minute meeting, thanks to a direct question from another community member, there was a mention of specific dollar amount. It was thanks to that question that I, along with other community members learned the amount of funding of $229 million. I am not an expert in leading conversations about budgets, but I'm pretty sure it's important to share numbers with people if there are real willingness and to meaningfully engage people in conversations about an expenditure plan. I was further disappointed that there was no mention of a budget breakdown. One of the questions that was asked by one of my peers was what the timeline for the district to finalize the budget narrative and how the district would make sure that student voices would be heard. The response we got was that the plan would be shared at the next board meeting, which at that point was less than a week away. And the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee would get a chance to give input in the next meeting happening October 28th, which is happening after tonight's meeting, where the ESSER 3 expenditure plan is set to be approved by you. Not only does this mean that the supposed student input would be received after the fact and would have no impact to the budget spending, if also that it would be limited to 2 to 4 students per high school on the committee. To be honest with all y'all tonight, this makes me feel like the school district doesn't think students should be in decision maker in our own education, and that the student involvement efforts are just for show. As the ICUC, we've engaged thousands of students in conversations over the past 4 years who have all uplifted the necessity of mental wellness centers across the school district. Yet, every time we attempt to engage this conversation, the district, we are met with the same response about the lack of sustainable funding and what has felt like the slowest rollout and implementation of any of the current existing wellness centers. As students who are directly impacted by the decisions made by our district, we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
So I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned there was a number. I couldn't remember exactly where it was, because you said it was within the budget. Did you, in the beginning part of your statement, I couldn't hear exactly what that item was. If you can just repeat it, because I couldn't hear.
Was it a budget, like the
Yes.
229 million?
200, oh, that, you mean, oh, so there was a whole, what you were mentioning was a whole total?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Flores?
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate you guys coming and voicing your positions and your advocacy for yourselves and for other students. And it's real important. And I admire you guys very much so, because you are our future. And you may be sitting here one day making decisions. And it's important that, you know, what you said is important, that we take into mind as elected officials, that we serve you, the students. And the fact that you're clarifying for us that you were not given the amounts is troubling to me, very much so, because we barely got them too in our board packets on Friday, and that's unacceptable. And so are you also requesting that we reevaluate the amount of money for wellness centers?
Yes.
Okay, and include them where? Everywhere? Every high school?
Yes.
Okay, what about the middle schools?
I feel like it's both middle schools and high schools are important, but once we can get all the high schools, I think it could be we could use that information and see how they're impacting students and possibly bring them back to middle schools and possibly even elementary schools.
Thank you so much, Angel.
Okay, our next speaker is Arturo Orozco.
Hello and good evening, staff. Board. My name is Arturo. I am a San Gorgonio alumni, and I am a San Bernardino Civic Engagement Organizer with ICUC. We have been told time and time again that the school district cares about student mental health and that there isn't enough money available to ensure the implementation of high school-based wellness centers is rolled out faster and sustainable way. We have been advocating for mental wellness centers for the past 5 years. I was also in 2018, we organized the school walkouts, in case you guys forgot. We've also heard plenty of times that one of the reasons that the centers have not been created in every high school is because of a lack of sustainable funding. Yet tonight we find ourselves looking at a pot of $229 million that, if allocated correctly, could help overcome the lack of funding and set us up with room for plenty of for a plan for sustainability. To prepare for tonight's meeting, ICUC youth leaders and organizers looked at the current SR3 expenditure plan to figure out tonight's agenda. We join you all today to say that as it stands, the school district plans only to allocate $3.3 million for mental wellness resources from the SR3 funds. This is a good starting point, but it is not enough. When you hear $3.3 million, that sounds like a lot. But when you put it into perspective, $3.3 million is only 1.4% of the total money available under the SR funds. The fact that current expenditure plan calls for allocating less than 2% of available money towards mental health resources, when a unique opportunity to do so more has presented itself, shows that student mental health isn't actually being treated with urgency and with the urgency that it deserves, no matter how often school district says that it is a priority. According to mental health surveillance among children in the United States, report research tells us that approximately 1 in 6 high school-aged youth experiences impairments in life functionality due to mental illness. This means that there are approximately 150 to 400 plus students struggling with mental health issues every day in high school throughout the district. $3.3 million will not be anywhere close to enough money to bring to the necessary resources to give all of these students the support they deserve. In the long run, how far will $3.3 million actually go? How many students will actually be reached? What actually will this funding be used for. Tonight, we are here to urge you to reconsider the amount of funding currently allocated to increase it to the amount that makes sense and that would be closer to helping meet the needs of our students. We need you all, as school district, to take an initiative to allocate more of this funding for the immediate creation of wellness centers in every high school and middle school across the district. We know our district can make this assessment of what is needed to create wellness centers in all the high schools and middle schools based on that assessment. We believe that this will allow our school district to make the right funding allocations to build these wellness centers. We have to act now if we want to ever get to a position where sustainability is achieved and is a reality. As ICUC, we already have ideas of how this can be achieved and are more than happy to continue to engage and dive into planning for this with you all. But first, we need to get these centers up and running now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, and I apologize if I'm reading this wrong, but it looks like Leonardo Penaloza.
Good evening, board. Hi, my name is Leonardo Penaloza, and I am a junior at one of your schools, San Bernardino High School, and a youth leader representing ICUC. To reiterate what my peers have stated tonight, multiple times, we as IC Youth have taken the time to listen to thousands of students throughout the years, who have all uplifted the implementation of school-based wellness centers as a solution to issues the immediate needs the youth are facing on our school campuses. We are the ones experiencing the daily consequences of the decisions made for us at the school district level. Yet we are continuously treated as if we aren't the experts of our own experiences, and our informed opinions are belittled or simply tokenized by adults within the school district. We continue trying to show up in partnership with SBC USD, but are often treated as outside agitators questioning the decision-making process. We are the reason why the school district receives the funding, and yet we come across constant barriers when trying to have a voice at the decision-making table. We know that there are many people within the school district working hard to meet our needs and giving us the best education possible. But this isn't enough, and when we are treated as if we aren't smart enough to participate in the decision-making table. As ICUC Youth, we have known for over 6 months that the school district was receiving an approximate $230 million in ESSER 3 funds. In April of this year, we engaged the majority of school board members in conversation around these funds through meetings or actions, and presented a research report on how this money could be used to further the implementation of school-based wellness centers. Yet 6 months later, we show up to a community input meeting about these funds, raise questions about how much ESSER 3 funds the school district is allocating towards mental health, and are met with responses where we are treated as if we weren't being involved in any of these conversations, much less initiating them. Once again, we are here tonight to extend ourselves to you as a resource for our district. Once again, we are here to plead you all to our words into action and ensure that the ESSER 3 expedition funds truly reflects this district's priority students' mental health. $4 million is a start, but we need more than that. We need to ensure that expedition funds reflects the amount that will create these centers at every single high school and middle school in the district, that it also reflects extended funding to keep these centers running while a plan for long-term sustainability gets created. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mrs. Cunningham, do you have the virtual list? That is all of our in-person?
Yes, I do. All right, we'll start with Nicole Gon-Ochi. If you are available, please unmute.
Yes, good evening, board members. My name is Nicole Gon-Ochi, and I am providing public comment on item 9.2, which is the ESSER 3 expenditure plan and adoption. I represent Public Advocates, which is a civil rights organization with deep expertise in equitable school funding and a strong commitment to support grassroots organizations in building power and advancing racial justice. As you know, San Bernardino City Unified School District, like other districts around the country, are receiving historic one-time COVID relief funds that can and should be used to initiate transformative change in the wake of the pandemic. And an important part of this transformative work is ensuring that those most directly impacted by the pandemic are meaningfully consulted about how to use those funds. That's why these ESSER 3 plans require districts to meaningfully consult community members on how to spend the money, including students, families, including families that speak languages other than English, school and district administrators, including special education administrators, teachers, principals, school leaders, other educators, school staff, local bargaining units, tribes, if present, civil rights organizations, and individuals or advocates representing the interests of children with disabilities, English learners, unhoused students, foster youth, migratory students, children who are incarcerated, students who are low income, and students of color. Sorry for the long laundry list, but I did think it was important to just emphasize and name all of the student groups that the legislature deemed to be important to talk to about these funds. And as you just heard from ICUC's leaders, it doesn't seem like San Bernardino engaged meaningfully with students and other community members on how to use these funds. More fundamentally, I think a compliance-driven approach to community education or community engagement, which is what seemed to happen when there's just one meeting and not a lot of information was shared, that really just seeks to check a box to meet like these bare minimum requirements without engaging in meaningful dialogue with students, families, and staff most directly impacted. That kind of engagement's never going to result in the transformative change that's intended by these funds. And I just really, want to encourage you that engagement is not an obligation, but it's really an opportunity to find the best solutions to the district's most pressing challenges. And as you heard from the youth that just spoke, they are the holders of the solutions, and they are intelligent and motivated young people who have a lot to teach adults. So, the ESSER 3 plan is just one plan, but it does represent an opportunity to really listen to the most impacted members of the community, like these youth who have been saying time and time again that mental health support for students and campus wellness centers are top priorities. This is reflected in your own LCAP, and it has been raised multiple times over the years. These important priorities are not reflected well in the plan, the ESSER 3 plan, in the community input section, nor is it reflected in the investments, which only allocate 3.3 million out of 229.5 million, or 1.4%, to social, emotional, and mental health support, while allocating a lot of money, like 65 million for technology, even though much of that should have already been purchased with prior COVID relief funds for last school year when we were in distance learning, and a 62 million in the catch-all category of continuity of services and staff, which does not seem to align with any plan or prior engagement effort. So in closing, I just want to say that meaningful consultation means really actually listening to what the community is telling you that it needs. And so I do urge you to increase your investment in social, emotional, and mental health by committing to open a full-service school-based health center at every middle and high school that emphasizes mental health services, as ICUC and other community members have consistently requested before and during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Victor Loon. If you're available, please unmute.
Hi, good evening. My name is Victor Liang, and I am the Director of Education Equity for the ACLU of Southern California. I'm here to express my support in solidarity with ICUC for an investment in wellness centers. Students have never faced a more challenging semester. For almost 2 years, they have faced unprecedented issues stemming from the fear and uncertainty of the pandemic, including watching friends and family members pass away, facing housing and food insecurity, confronting longstanding racial injustices, and adapting to distance learning, amongst many, many others. Our students have proven to be incredibly resilient, but they need additional support to recover and thrive. In short, students need access to wellness centers at their schools. Because most San Bernardino students lack direct access to mental health services, these centers will provide students with essential resources to help address the trauma and other hardships that they've experienced long before the pandemic. It is well studied and well recognized that we are facing a student mental health crisis in San Bernardino and across California. For example, a California survey showed that more than half of students reported needing mental health support since schools closed in March 2020, and 1/3 of students noted that their mental health needs have risen during the pandemic. A different study revealed that only 54% of California students stated that they were in excellent or good mental health as of June 2021, and 1 in 3 students described being chronically sad, and tragically 1 in 6 students considered suicide in just the past year alone. Yet another poll of students showed that only 39% of students had an adult at a school whom they could turn to for support. 49% of students felt depression, stress, anxiousness as a barrier to learning, and Black and Latinx students reported feeling unsafe at higher rates than their peers. In light of these troubling findings over just this past year, schools really must focus on supporting students' mental health. As community members and students have explained in this and other meetings, wellness centers are one of the most effective ways to deliver critical services to students. A report by the California Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission from this year has called for students to implement wellness centers during the pandemic. The commission described how these centers could address young people's trauma and mental and physical needs by offering psychological services, basic medical care, and other resources. The report also described how California school districts have already successfully implemented wellness centers. For example, San Francisco Unified provides wellness centers that address trauma, immigration stress, poverty, and family dysfunction. Placer County created 5 school-based wellness centers that supplement existing school-based mental health professionals with additional school social workers and family, youth, and community liaisons. Dublin High School in Alameda County hosts a wellness center that offers mental health services for school counselors and provides a home for student-run organizations where teenagers can talk candidly with their peers about their emotional pain. School districts across California have created wellness centers because they work, and we join ICUC, student leaders, and other community leaders in calling for the creation of these centers in every middle and high school in San Bernardino City Unified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is just listed as an anonymous teacher. If you're available, please unmute. Okay, evidently they're not available. Moving on to Melissa Bustamante. If you're available, please unmute.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I'm actually here to voice my opposition to vaccine mandates. And also to ask, practically speaking, I realize, that you guys are in a really difficult position. This is a very difficult season. And I think that we realize the difficulties that COVID presents. So what I'm really asking for is the formation of a task force, but really to allocate some resources because you have a lot of very concerned parents. And I'm here also to provide some facts and figures for you guys because I want to communicate with you guys. And I really think there should be an open dialogue because I think that there's such a lack of unity and a lack of communication. And it's really prevented both sides from being able to see the other's point of view. So I'm not here as a Republican or a Democrat. I don't care who you voted for. I'm not interested in anything except data and facts. And I really think that you should be too. The unvaccinated are the parents of your students, your neighbors, your coworkers, and your friends. And I really think that you have a duty to overlook the party preferences, personal preferences, feelings, and opinions, and to look at the data. And so I don't know how familiar you are, but since the beginning of the pandemic, there's been less than 700 children that have died from COVID-19. That's currently at about 0.0007%. And so statistically speaking, if there's a math teacher somewhere in there, they will let you know that that is statistically a 0% chance of dying from COVID for our children. Now, unfortunately, the same cannot be true of the vaccines, or I would not be sitting here speaking with you guys. There are definite risks, and they are very well documented, including myocarditis, which is a risk that is so severe that certain like Denmark, Iceland have actually prohibited the vaccine from being given to especially teenage boys and men all the way up until their late 20s because the incidence of myocarditis is so high. And that's really just the tip of the iceberg. If you guys are believers, you know, I definitely like to remind you guys that who the sun sets free is free indeed. And if God gives us the opportunity and the choice between heaven and hell as part of free will, I find it very hard to believe that we can't be trusted with the simple choice of a vaccine. And on another note, I really did appreciate Doc Irvin's email. He had a great email where he said the district is in support of our rights, which I greatly appreciate. But what we're asking now, there are districts that have taken a stand. I know Happy Valley Unified is one of those, you know, where they've actually stood together and said, we're not going to implement this. And they've started to look at different ways that they can protect the interests of their students. Because you guys are also going to face unenrollment in dramatic numbers. That's not helpful for our children. It's not helpful for you. And so I'm asking for your help here. I'm asking for you guys to look at the numbers and to really be mindful of the lives that are at stake. Because at the end of the day, if there's injuries, you guys are opening yourselves up to lawsuits. And this is an EUA drug. It is not at all approved by the FDA, despite what the media tells you. The drug that's approved is Comirnaty, which is only available in Europe. It is not available in the US. So we will be injecting our children with something that is not FDA approved as things stand, which I am definitely opposed to. I believe in your right to freedom, to your right to choice. And I ask you respectfully to stand with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Nikki Detman. Nikki, if you're available, please unmute.
Good afternoon, Board and Cabinet. Happy to be here this evening. My name is Nikki Detman. It's not my first time speaking in front of the board, but my first time in the capacity working with CSBA. So just wanted to share with you a couple of items, specifically that 2 programs in San Marino City Unified were nominated for Golden Bell Awards. So the CSBA Golden Bell Awards promotes excellence in education and school board governance by recognizing outstanding programs and governance practices in school boards all across California. SBCUSD has been a Golden Bell winner in the past, and this year there were 2 programs that were nominated. I had the great pleasure of sitting in on the validation meetings on those to be able to hear the great things that are going on in the district. And I think sometimes we need to be reminded that there are actually great things going on in the district. There are very challenging times. We all recognize that, but there are still great things going on. One of the programs that was nominated and we validated was the onboarding program, which highlights the great work of Dr. Marcus Funches and his team in human resources with a program that really helps new employees assimilate into work and to team processes and really into an organizational culture. So when you come in, you don't feel lost. You feel like you're coming in and you're getting that support. It was a great program. We were very happy to be able to validate that program. And then the second program was special education. It was their Beyond Pathways Continuum of Transition Services program. And that highlighted the great work of Dr. Juana Lundy and her team. On a personal note, as a product of San Marino City Schools and as the mother of children who attended schools in San Bernardino, it was with a great deal of pride and pleasure that I sat in on these validation meetings. There was really a spirit of positive cooperation and collaboration that was really evident the moment you heard those district employees talk about their programs. I was particularly touched by the special education program As I mentioned, my children attended San Marino City Unified. My son Brendan graduated in 2020. But Brendan was a student where he really wasn't given an opportunity. He wasn't given a lot of hope by doctors and things. My son has autism, he has a learning disability, and he also has epilepsy. And he was pretty much written off from a very young age until he came to San Marino City Unified. And through elementary school, middle school, and getting into high school, I'm very grateful for a lot of the people in the special education department who not only saw in Brendan what I saw in him, but really gave him a path to succeed in life. So he went from a kid who was told he's not going to read, he's not going to write, he's not going to be able to do anything, to being in high school and hitting the honor roll a couple times, graduating, and is now a culinary student at Valley College. Specifically, I would like to call out and recognize Ryan Harsh with the Work Academy. Ryan has changed and transformed my son. This is the power of having positive people, of having encouraged people in the school district. And we're seeing where San Bernardino is being recognized on a statewide level for those programs. So I just want to close and say, there are definitely challenging times. As board members, you are often forced to deal with mandates and directives that you have no choice. You have to follow those. And so I just wanted to say on behalf of CSBA, congratulations on your 2 great programs. We look forward to hoping to announce the results soon, and hopefully we'll see you at AEC in December. But on a personal note, thank you all for what you do. Board members, I thank you. It's tough out there. We've had workshops about how tough it is being a trustee these days, and just want to show the appreciation for what you do day in and day out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is listed as Let's Go Brandon. If you're available, please unmute.
Good evening, board members. I hope that everyone realized at the last school board meeting that there is a monopoly held by most or all of the school board who receive help during their elections or re-elections from all or most of the nonprofits who are awarded contracts year after year without checking that these organizations are actually delivering the services that public funds pay for. These nonprofits walk for you. Some donate campaign funds through their affiliates. And Mr. Tillman suggested to contact the district attorney at the previous board meeting. And you know, that is what made Barbara Flores resign from Lennox Unified. And it may not be such a bad idea to have the district attorney look into what's happening that are being done by the nonprofits, and San Bernardino Unified is already providing those services. Standing to duplicate services. Please continue to do the work that you are doing, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you. Okay, and I have the last one. It would be from Mr. Hardy Brown, but he asked if I would read it for him because he's unable to. I want to thank you for honoring my disability request for extra time at your last board meeting. It takes me twice as long to talk, so I try to anticipate what I am going to say ahead of time, but sometimes that might change as it did last week. Again, thank you. Also, I want to thank at least 2 of you for changing your mind after you listened to the citizens of the community voice their concerns about Doc Irvin's employment. I want to commend the board members for not falling for these false, unjustly reasons to terminate Doc Irvin with just 4 months on the job. I also want to thank the many community leaders and organizations that came out to defend justice in the district at the last board meeting. I want to remind all of you that you are on a 7-member policymakers team and not an individual board member trying to be a superintendent implementing your policies. Nor can you on your own tell the superintendent, I am your boss, so do what I say. The superintendent works for the entire board to serve the staff, students, and citizens of the district. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I didn't turn the page. Some people ask me what provoked Mr. Tillman to mention the CIA, FBI, police, or other agencies to investigate him. I had sent Mr. Tillman a personal email on September 29th asking him this question. Have you requested or asked or told any employees in the district to give people you know contracts without them going through the proper channels during your tenure as a board member? This would include lobbying other board members to vote for your daughter to get a contract. End of the question. I was seeking clarification to complaints I had received from people as the retired owner of the Black Voice News. I had not heard back from Mr. Tillman, so I guess he was answering me in public by telling everyone who he had supported for contracts to provide services to the district. Mr. Tillman still did not answer my question. All of the organizations he named at the last meeting provide much-needed service to help the district accomplish the objectives established by the board and not Mr. Tillman. I noticed on the agenda tonight 22 agreements and ratification agreements that provide service to students. Let me close by suggesting that the board do your own investigation or seek legal advice from your county council regarding Brown Act violations to this question and the predetermined votes to terminate Doc Irvin by 4 board members. The integrity of the board is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that?
And that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now move to 6.0, reports by union organizations, starting with 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
Good evening, President Dr. Rogers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and see you as well.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Rogers, Vice President Dr. Wyatt, Mr. Irvin, members of the board and cabinet. I am Ashley Vitas-Alcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. For several meetings, I have stood here and talked about our history of cooperation and collaboration on issues that matter to my members in our district. At a recent meeting, I was asked, "What do you mean by collaborative?" So today I will preface my comments with what I mean as framed by our past practice. Collaborative leadership is a management practice in which members of a leadership team work together across sectors to make decisions and keep their organization thriving. Embracing collaboration at this high level also demonstrates to employees that they too should approach their work in a similar collective way. We have been as successful as a district because of collaborative leadership, modeled from our superintendent on down. From the creation and implementation of the community engagement plan to planning for our return to in-person learning. Our members expect SBTA to work with the district on their behalf, and we expect the district to meet with us to ensure mutually beneficial outcomes. Teachers are tired, and it's only October. Everyone is having a hard time these days. Parents, students, and staff. The trauma of this past 18 months is far deeper and more widespread than we could have imagined. Our district and student success depends on the welfare of everyone in the system, including all of you. We are bringing issues to the board, meeting.
Mrs. Bettis-Alcala, okay, there you are. You're back. You're freezing. You might want to turn your camera off if you can hear me.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We are bringing issues to the board, meeting after meeting, because we are no longer being asked to work with the district, but being told how things will be done. We no longer have a system that includes us in the process to resolve issues from the very beginning. This has been our practice for over 20 years, and it has been very successful, from CLAD certifications for our teachers and PAR implementation to the budget crisis of a decade ago, to the shutdown and reopening. We were your partner in education of our students. It has been a successful partnership that even included parents and other bargaining units on issues that went across stakeholder groups. But this just isn't happening. A meeting to tell us what is going on is not working with stakeholders. That's just a verbal memo. We have some major issues in front of us. Just today, I heard from members that administrators are being given top-down directives from the superintendent about assessments and curriculum. This is rather unsettling since we have a well-established joint committee structure within the district where teachers are involved in the decisions that affect them and their instructional practices in the classroom. Why aren't we using these committees and practices that have served us well? This is not to say that there is zero cooperation. We have worked well with human resources, and particularly Dr. Funches, to try and address the issues with short-term independent study and the substitute shortage. And I want to thank him for meeting with SBTA and our members to hear concerns and to look for solutions as we attempt to implement the governor's mandate on vaccination and testing. We still have matters to address on these topics, but this shows what we can accomplish when we work together. Dr. Rogers, Dr. Wyatt, Mr. Irvin, board members, and cabinet. I have spoken with past presidents of SBTA and leaders around the state. One thing they all say is that they have never seen a school year quite like this one. In every district where they are working together to confront the challenges and opportunities the pandemic has brought, the level of stress for staff, students, and parents has decreased, allowing for greater growth and accomplishment. We are not focused on a common goal. We are more focused on the crisis of the moment. We will not move forward in this manner. I am the mother of a kindergartner. I am a national board certified teacher. I am president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association. I am passionate about providing a high quality public education for all children and ensuring the best working conditions for my members. I am but one qualified educator in our bargaining unit. We have some of the most talented and respected educators in the state. Why wouldn't you want our voice at the table?
Time.
Thank you. 6.2, California School Employees Association. No? Okay. 6.3, Communication Workers.
Right here, he's coming
Oh,
up.
wait, who, is that California School Employees? All right. Welcome. Is the mic on there? Do you see it? Okay.
Is it?
If you can just maybe step up or pull it down.
There you go.
There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, board president, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and all others in attendance. My name is Miguel. I am the current negotiations chair for Chapter 183. Just wanted to mention that we're currently still in negotiations. We feel that we're not quite in an agreement yet. Although we understand the district's stance in being fiscally responsible in the midst of the current situation, other employers are being more competitive than the district. Minimum wage is also rising, while established positions are above minimum wage are staying as is, which give an incorrect or skewed perception to the classified workforce. Once minimum wage goes up, the off-scheduled raises offered by the district will only partially address the changes in minimum wage, while others not so much. Not to mention that they're off-scheduled and only one time. This will also change the following year, which will make the off-schedule one-time increases less significant. The district is currently lacking in the workforce while losing others to more competitive places, such as those offering good benefits and sign-on bonuses, in addition to more appealing wages. Classified members are interested in a more reasonable offer if they are to accept an off-schedule increase. We ask that the board considers this before we lose any more good district employees to other employers. We understand that the difference between being fiscally responsible and being workforce deficient is a tough decision to make. However, if we don't incentivize good and faithful employees to stay or ensure that they are competitively compensated, the district will be doing their part in being fiscally responsible, but in turn can create a greater workforce deficiency, making our current problem worse. We want to thank the board and the district for the collaboration that has been shown thus far. But we hope that we can not only continue to collaborate in many diverse items that we continually come up as times change, but that we can continue to come to a mutual agreement where both parties can reach an agreement that can be perceived as fair to the district and its employees, the classified members whom this local chapter represents in terms of the wages that we're trying to close in an agreement. Thank you for your time.
Hold on. There is a clarifying question for you.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
You mentioned fair. What do you perceive as fair?
Well, and I'm speaking on behalf of the members because
Right.
we get the information from the members. So currently, the members are saying that since minimum wage is going up, when that goes up, the positions that are established already above minimum wage, they're not going to move. So that makes the position, the wages that are going up that are minimum wage, a smaller gap. So in essence, for them, it's a loss. So it's not fair because those positions that are at minimum wage are going to go up where they started maybe at minimum wage and they worked their way up, but now there's no increase for them. If we do negotiate something and agree to something, what the district is offering is an off schedule, which is only going to be something temporary.
This is getting into
Okay,
negotiations.
I was
of
just
the-
asking what he meant by fair.
Right.
So
Yeah,
thank you very much. I
Thank you.
understand. And I also had a clarification question for Ms. Alcala.
Okay.
Is she
Thank you.
still on?
I don't know if she's still on or
I
not.
had my light on and you didn't see it.
Ms. Alcala, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm still here.
So I wanted to clarify how you perceive not being collaborative, how you see the superintendent and his cabinet not being collaborative.
She described that.
I want more clarification.
Was it something particular? Because she went down a list.
I know, but it was very general.
I just go back to the comment that I made, which was we have an established committee structure and process that we use with different divisions. And it's apparent that that past practice is not being fully considered as decisions are being made.
And you're not being included? Is that correct?
Not all of the time, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next union organization, 6.3, Communication Workers of America. Is there?
Yes, good evening. Good
Good
evening,
evening.
ladies and gentlemen of the board and staff. This is Teresa Hunter with CWA 9588, AVP for substitute teachers. We're offering congratulations to Principal Duffy for becoming principal at the virtual academy. As you may know, the substitute teachers have pulled a pretty heavy weight working in virtual academy, and they've done pretty well there. And virtual academy is one of those areas where it's got a way to go, but things are happening there. There's potential, and we look forward to working with Principal Duffy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And 6.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. All right. No report. Thank you. All right. We're now at 7.0, reports and presentations. 7.1, local school board measure public opinion research update.
Good evening, Board,
Good evening.
Cabinet. Excited to be here. As you recall, I was last here in August, and we had a discussion about exploring how to fund our long-term facility need. And we talked about conducting a public opinion research poll to assess our public's opinion about the topic of exploring another bond initiative. I'm here today to share the results of that public opinion research with you. Perfect. Our research started in September and concluded in October. The sample size, as you can see, was about 800 of our likely voters of next November, with a margin of error of about 3.5%. It was a dual mode survey. It was done by telephone and through email. They were conducted in English and/or Spanish. We have a few just general community attitudes we wanted to share with you. I think the first is an important one to highlight because it's really the underpinning of a successful bond exploration. You have to understand that there is need in order to fund that need, and clearly our community identifies with the fact that our schools do have need. The second is there is a clear nexus between the money that we invest in our schools and property values, and our community feels very strongly in that aspect. And then finally, I want to thank the board for their leadership during COVID. In COVID, it's very hard to get any two people to agree, especially if you sat around your own family. Trying to get two people to agree on what should happen in COVID is very difficult. And as you can see, clearly our community finds that they are satisfied with the work that we're doing to keep kids safe. Opinions on school bond measure. So let's go back to 2012 when we started talking about Measure N, which is our current bond measure. We did an initial survey, and what we found in 2012 was initial support in the range of 67%. And ultimately, Measure N passed at 71.4%. In this survey, we found initial support for another bond at 65%. We tested different tax rates. We tested the sensitivity to the public around different tax rates. And as you can see that there was very little differentiation between the differing tax rates. And we tested $45 versus $60 for $100,000 of assessed value. Let's talk about demographics for a second and what that support, the demographic support for that bond initiative. Just to remind everyone, our district consists of 3 distinct communities, that of the unincorporated areas of San Bernardino County, the city of San Bernardino, and Highland. Average household income of about $55,000. Average age of our community is 35 years old. That's actually young as it relates to other communities in the Inland Empire. And then you can see the demographic breakdown. And this will come into play as we start reviewing the different support for the bond measure. You can see for men and women, there is a slight distinction of support between men and women, and opposition has about the similar difference. Across all age groups, roughly 6 out of 10 people support an additional bond measure. Regardless of parental status, this was one that actually caught me off guard a little bit. I did want to highlight, with our own parents, the bond has a support of close to 70% currently. But you can see that those who do not have children, still 6 out of 10 feel it's important that we invest in our local schools. Across all of our racial and ethnical groups, there's strong support for a bond. I'd like to point out the strongest support comes from our African American community, and the strongest opposition would come from our white community. Differences between homeowners and renters, you can see that to meet the 55% threshold. Even amongst our homeowners and our renters, there is still strong support. But you will see a noticeable difference between home ownership and renting. Between the three communities of our district, you can see that there is still support for a bond measure in all three communities, with the lowest being in Highland and the highest being within the city itself. We tested over 35 priorities to find out what the public felt was important. We reported only those that had 74% support and above for you tonight, but there are many other items, including wellness centers, that were tested. I was listening to the students as they talked about wellness centers. I can report out, although it's not here, that wellness centers tested at about 64% with those asked about the importance of wellness centers at our schools. But the highest, providing safe drinking water. I also found the one near and dear to my own heart is the science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. You can see that 76% of our community feels that the investment in those types of spaces with that type of curriculum are important to them. We took those priorities and we created themes, and we tested those themes. I just wanted to share with you the three highlights of those themes. Your basic repair, upgrade, classroom technology, and vocational education. We did list here that amongst non-traditional bond measures, wellness centers did play very high in the surveys that we conducted. And then other items like early education, given the governor adding a grade level, had high support, as well as providing additional supports for our unhoused populations. Where we go from here, we talked about last time our long-term unfunded need. We talked about our strong assessed valuation growth over the past 8 years. We talked about retiring debt in the coming years that puts the district in stronger financial position. And we talked about engaging a technical team of experts to start talking to our community about what a recommendation around a tax rate could look like next year. So what we're currently planning on doing is coming back in May with a recommendation as it regards to a long-term funding stream as we continue to explore and work with our community partners around the idea of another bond. And that's it for my presentation this evening.
Okay, we have a couple of questions. Mr. Tillman?
So I'm still a little confused on this whole bond thing. Did the board take action to do a bond?
No, sir.
Are you asking? No,
Yeah,
this is an update again. No, we didn't.
This is a public opinion of what our likely voters
I
would think
that,
about
but
doing.
But somebody had to have the wherewithal to say, let's pursue looking at what it would take to get a bond. You mentioned wellness centers. When you talk about funding, are you talking about also funding for the staffing?
No. So the physical need for the creation of wellness centers.
And that's the concern I have. I mean, I don't want to put the notion out there that somehow if we had a building, it would give us wellness centers. The concern I have right now, and the stress you hear in my voice, even from the earlier comments, is that we have one-time money. The board is in a bad predicament right now because we've been given hundreds of millions of dollars of one-time money, but not ongoing money. So all the speakers tonight that talk about this money, they talk about it as though we have funding for ongoing costs. We don't. And I just want to make sure that if our district staff is mentioning wellness centers, that is clear to everyone. Right now, we're in a budget crisis in terms of ongoing funding. So I don't want to give the impression that we were able to build wellness centers, that the district has the funding to staff it, because we do not. So
I understand, sir.
I know you didn't mean to say that, but it's critical that we make it clear to the public and be totally transparent. In terms of the items listed, I'm truly confused about this process because it seems as though it's going to there's some people who saying, hey, we want to do a bond, and at some point it's going to be agendized, we're going to do a bond and we can do it, and that's going to be the impetus for it. I haven't heard what we're talking about doing a bond for. In the past, it was clear we needed more space for students. We needed classroom space. We had year-round schools. We were trying to make it single track. We've achieved those things. So I'm trying to understand who is it that's saying we need a bond and for what?
And sir, when I mentioned getting back in May, so what we want to do is take some time to work with the board as well as our community to build consensus and talk about what that need actually is. And
So Mr.
This was coming from us, Mr. Tillman. It just
That's
been
all
a
I wanna
while.
ask. You
This was
said
a
we.
while
Who was the
ago,
we?
even as far back when Janie was here. She brought it. We did say we're not looking to do one, but the due diligence. So I guess this is the second part of it. But we did not. There is no one has said we wanted a bond, but we did ask for information about it.
I guess
It's just been a while ago.
And I think that's where it's going. I think we should agendize whether the board wants to pursue a bond or not.
Okay, and I can take that, but like I said, this is a continuation. And I see some of you guys shaking your head, but I just do remember, it's just been a long time ago.
Yeah, and this is really
Ms. Medina.
just an exploration and talking, public surveys really are a two-way communication. We get to hear what our parents think about our schools, what they think our need is. And what tonight the purpose is to provide you a glimpse into what our parents think about our schools, what they think about how they should be funded. This is not the idea of starting a bond campaign. This is the idea of really talking about what our parents think about our schools.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Well, I've worked with doing research like this, and so I know it costs money. It can range between $30,000 to $40,000, $50,000 just to do a survey. So I guess when moving in these kind of directions, we always have to make sure, is the board wanting this to happen? Because this is extra money that we're spending to do a report like this. Another thing is that when you're looking at the voter priorities, I see several questions in there that the caller responded to. So I wanted to find out, are these questions that we created within the district, or was this recommendation through the research company?
Both.
Okay. And so, when you pose questions like this, I'm just curious how it was asked, because the assumption is we're not providing safe drinking water, as an example. So how was the question posed?
No, it's posed as, is that a priority to you as a parent?
I know, but I guess even if I was to hear that over the phone, I would question, well, does that mean there is no clean water in schools?
So what I can do is we can provide the full survey to the board so that you can read through the questions yourself. We can provide that, I think probably in next Friday's update, we can give you the questionnaire.
Right,
so
like
that
I
you can
said,
read through it.
thank you. Like I said, I've worked with research reports on surveys before, so it's all with the interpretation to find out how you can, coerce, or not coerce, convince people why they should support.
I can tell you that we did seek a professional firm. This firm has done this work for the district since the early 2000s. The intent is not to coerce, it's not to push. It is truly an educational fact-finding mission. Find out what people think about these topics.
The reason why I differ is because, like I said, removing asbestos, mold, and lead paint, as a caller, would say, of course, yes, I would support removing that, with the assumption as it may be that there's some in the school district. And I'm going to ask you, are there asbestos, mold, and lead in our schools?
We have materials that, yes, need to be removed over time. Yes, ma'am.
And is there funding through the state or other means that can help us with that?
So one of the slides previously I mentioned, the state has a building program where we can put our local match up and qualify for funding from the state. One of the challenges for facilities in our long-term funding is that if we don't have that local match, we can't qualify for additional state funding to help aid in the removal of those types of materials for that particular item.
Okay. So that concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Tom, I remember what we decided. Janie, and you presented a facilities plan, and there wasn't enough money to fulfill all the just moderation and remodeling and so forth, and all the things that we had to do. And I do recall that we had to have matching funds to compete. And so I think what threw us off is the voter priorities, because I think the bond is really a jumping point to apply for matching funds to continue our facilities plan that we didn't have enough money for. Is that correct?
Very well spoken, ma'am.
Okay,
And those
that's
priorities.
what I recall.
Yeah, and those priorities, and I apologize if they threw off the conversation. Really, those are things that get done during a modernization process, a re-envisioning
And I remember,
process of
and I
campuses.
recall, I might still have it, that was very ambitious, and we have done quite a bit, and we still had, quite a bit to do in terms of what we wanted, Mr. Tillman. And we did authorize them to go out and do a survey to see if our voters were amenable to the bond. So I do recall that. So thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Pace, for your presentation. I'm sorry. As we take a look at the voter priorities, as I look at them, and there's certainly things that need to be corrected and we want to see fixed, but you and your folks are the boots on the ground. Do you consider these your priorities as well?
I'm going to quickly jump back if I can. Yes, there are things in there that are important to us. Providing safe drinking water for students, providing safe, cleanly classrooms are important to us. When we invest in our students, I know that they see that investment, and we care about our students, and we want to make sure that they have the best learning environments possible. Repairing aging roofs, yes, we don't want our children to think about when it rains having to evacuate their classroom, finding different classrooms. School security, I hearken back to North Park. Yes, that is any chance we can get, we will make a modification or an improvement for school safety. I'm not an educator, but I do think, our core mission is to make sure that our students are college and career ready. So any career educational classroom improvements we can make, any vocational improvements we can make can lead to good student outcomes. So yes, I would say that I don't disagree with what our parents are saying about what is important for them and what's important outcomes for their students.
Thank you. And my other question is somewhat indirectly related to this, because as we talk about a bond, I know there are houses coming up on the north end over in the Verdamont, tons of them seemingly, but there's another group, I understand, downtown here by Second Lake, they get ready to build houses. I guess I should ask our council member that, but I think they're building a number of houses there. And then I was someplace else in San Bernardino, don't remember, but a number of houses are coming up. Is there any projection on what increase that will, what impact that would have on our schools?
Yes, and we have a long-term view of the residential growth that's occurring within our city. We work with the county, we work with the city to understand what permits are getting issued. We do collect developer fees to help offset the cost of housing those students. I can tell you what we collect from developers to offset the impacts of their residential development, never pay for the full impact to the district. And that's another reason to talk about a bond, is as you grow, we have to ensure that we have the financial resources necessary to accommodate those students as we grow. And on the north end particularly, we are feeling some stress from the residential growth on the north end. Cajon has close to 2,900 students. Pacuma has 1,000 students. We are feeling the impacts of some residential growth within pockets of our city.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Pace, for the presentation. I do recollect as well that we did task you and your team with this quite some time ago, and of course, that was probably pre-COVID as well, I'm sure, so it's been quite some time. I really appreciate the information because there have been a number of projects that we're looking at, down the road as well, and currently, that we know we just don't have the funds for. And one of the things that comes to mind to me often is, I'm on the athletic strategic planning team as well, and it's funny because we threw out the term in the plan, world-class facilities. That's a rather aggressive term to use in regards to building and modernization. So I know we don't have the funds to do that right now if we even wanted to. So this is definitely something we needed to explore. The information you give us through this bond demographic support for such a measure is important information for us to look at. You know, if we are to consider even going down this path, you know, which I will say myself, I hope we do, because I know there's some other projects that we've talked about as well in the future and that we're hoping for populations of students and community members that, you know, we haven't even mentioned as of right now, but we've talked about in the past. So I'm super excited about this because this is our future of our city, future of our district, future of our kids and our families, and we want to make this a better place for our children and our families to live, and we want to make San Bernardino a better place as well. And I think we can contribute to that along with our colleagues in government to improve San Bernardino City. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. Ms. Rosales Medina?
And I just wanted to clarify, I do recall the meeting that we did have, and I was not in support of it because they were looking at charging, or with the bond, it would be residences versus looking at corporations and large businesses and trying to pull money from. So I remember that meeting, so I just wanted to clarify that I was not even supporting it back then because of the way we were looking at the pulling money from our residences.
And just to be clear, I do want to clarify one item with you, ma'am. When you look at a general obligation bond, it affects all property owners. So that's not just residential, that's also
Right.
commercial.
Yeah, and I clarified with Janie Christakos back then, and so if you're able to give more on details on that.
Oh, absolutely.
That would be great.
Mr. Tillman?
I think we should agendize the direction the board wants to proceed and also the items that we're talking about. But I hope we don't lose sight of the fact that you do have a number of people on fixed income. And when you pass a bond, if you look at your own property tax bill, you'll see the substantial amount from our school district and from the water, some of the water companies and community college bonds. And for people on fixed incomes, it is taxing. So I just want to ensure that we don't lose sight that this is cost to people who reside in our city. The homelessness is because housing is unaffordable. So I just want to make sure that we realize that. I agree we can look at the items and prioritize them, but I think it's the sooner we be clear about what items we're talking about, because I hear what you're saying, Dr. Wyatt, but then we should be real clear about the seriousness of it and then give full direction. And what we shouldn't do is, I'm uncomfortable even with using these survey topics because they're not what we're talking about spending. The items you're talking about are not listed in here. And I think you're much better off being open and transparent from the beginning about what we're talking about, and not because that's what the survey company says is the best way to position people to vote for you. I don't want to do a bait and switch. So I would much rather us be open and honest about it. And I think the sooner we agendize the items we're talking about and then give direction to move forward with a bond, the better. Because I know where this goes. This is not going to stop. At some point, somebody's going to say, we want to do a $400 million or $500 million bond. The sooner we talk about it, the better. Thank you.
I agree with you completely, Mr. Tillman.
All right, thank you. I think there is some additional direction has been given. So when we get the update, the next update to include the specific priorities that we're looking at wanting to do.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. 7.2, budget update. Mr. Sullins?
Good evening, Board President Dr. Rogers, members of the board, Dr. Irving, and cabinet members. This evening, we will be providing you with a budget update as well as an overview of the planned investments incorporated into the ESSER 3 plan that is before the board for approval this evening. So tonight we'll provide the board with a preliminary update on the enrollment and ADA projections and discuss the full impact of those projections on our multi-year. We will also review the recommendation to use supplemental and concentration grant dollars to shift eligible expenditures from the base funding. Additionally, we'll provide the board with an overview of LCAP, ESSER, and restricted state funding allocations, including expenditures as of September 30th. And finally, we will review the next steps related to our budget. So here we have a table that shows the progression of our enrollment from budget adoption to our unofficial CBEDS. Recall that CBEDS is the census day, which is the first Wednesday of October. That is the point in which we are able to measure our enrollment for the district. That is the basis for our funding and basis for our funding going forward. We built an additional decline which occurs between the unofficial CBEDS and our final enrollment certification in January. This decline is based on prior year trends. So based on the decline in enrollment, we see subsequent declines in ADA as well, based on our historical average of 94%. However, due to the fact that we are in the middle of a COVID pandemic, we are seeing our ADA rates trending slightly lower in the first 2 months of school. These initial numbers do not reflect our final ADA, as we have not yet reflected our attendance recovery efforts that we generate through Saturday school, and that will increase as a result. We can also see from adopted budget to our updated projections, we project a decrease of enrollment of 1,156 students, and that commensurately or subsequently results in a decline in ADA of 1,000. It has been updated to include our revised enrollment and ADA projections for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Right there. During pre-COVID times, SBCUSD's enrollment decline averaged about 0.5%, but between 2019-20 and 2020-21, our district experienced what was the equivalent of an 8-year enrollment decline in a single year, totaling 2,079 students. When the budget was adopted, it was projected that half of those students would return. As shared during the previous slide, we can see that this did not happen. It's important to note, though, that this enrollment and attendance issue is not exclusive to San Bernardino City. This is a statewide issue that districts are currently grappling with, and many districts, even beyond San Bernardino, are continuing to see greater enrollment declines at the beginning of this school year. We have already started an effort underway to reach out to our legislature and advocate for an additional hold harmless year, similar to what was provided to us during the COVID pandemic and school closures. We have met with Senator Leyva, and we have shared our issues and concerns in conjunction with our labor partners. And recently, we've received word that there is some indication that there is a sponsor for a bill for hold harmless ADA for school districts. So we will continue to monitor that and provide the board with updated information. So similar to what was presented during our unaudited actuals presentation, the updated multi-year projections reflect the projected enrollment and ADA declines. Due to the ADA hold harmless, the decrease in funding will not affect us until 2022-23. We can see that our ending fund balance drops from $57.6 million in 2021-22 to approximately $10.8 million in 22-23. The result is that we will not, under these circumstances, be able to meet our reserve for economic uncertainty in 2022-23, as demonstrated by that negative $8.4 million you see there. And we are projected to have a negative ending fund balance in 2023-24. So as previously shared with the board, we have a three-phase approach to address the ongoing funding decrease as a result of our enrollment decline. The guiding principles focus on being strategic and balanced so that we can maximize our academic return on investment while reducing the ongoing deficit. So as shared previously, we want to focus on our phase one efforts. Since the loss of enrollment in ADA from the prior year did not materialize, or loss of enrollment in ADA from the prior year did not materialize this year, we are tasked with taking action to address a larger structural deficit that was previously projected. As shared during the unaudited actuals presentation, we have available resources that will allow us to shift eligible base expenditures into available supplemental concentration grant resources. This shift is critical to provide time to plan and prepare for additional steps to stabilize our budget, including the work of the budget subcommittee, which includes our stakeholder input. So here we see the multi-year projections that we just presented. However, we have reflected the shift in expenditures totaling $15.2 million on an ongoing basis. We can see the positive change in our fund balance over the 3 years, and as a result, we're able to meet our reserve for economic uncertainties, as well as have some additional funding set aside for deficit spending. In addition, what's not included are additional funding allocations that were part of the state enacted budget. These funding allocations are restricted in nature. They're designated for specific uses, or what we would term categorical programs. For special education, we have received $3.7 million for learning recovery for our students with special needs, as well as $828,000 for dispute resolution to allow us to work collaboratively with our families to address the issues that arise as we maneuver and navigate the tricky waters of attending to our students with special needs. Other allocations include the $27.8 million in expanded learning opportunity program dollars. These funds are semi-ongoing. Because we have an unduplicated pupil count of over 80%, we are eligible to receive these funds for 3 years. Beyond that, there is no guarantee from the state if these funds will continue. These funds are intended to provide additional before and after school programming that would extend a learning day to at least 9 hours. That includes the portion of the instructional day. In addition, these funds are intended to provide at least 30 additional days of learning activities during non-student days for our pupils. In addition, we have not yet received preliminary allocations for our Educator Effectiveness Grant, which is one-time dollars that are used to invest in professional development for our teachers and staff. A through G completion improvement grant dollars, which are intended to improve our A through G completion rates, as well as the special education early intervention grant, which are designed to initiate programs and interventions for our toddlers and infants prior to beginning our K-12 programs. So this is just an overview of our LCAP stakeholder priorities that were adopted by the board. We can see through our 3 goals, these are the priorities in each goal area, and these are the dollars allocated to accomplish those goals and actions for the district. A closer look of our LCAP budget. We have received $168.6 million in supplemental concentration grant dollars. We can see that, as mentioned previously, we have approximately $19.5 million that were designated for direct services to students with no defined allocations at that point. we're looking to utilize at least $9 million of those dollars for services to students. And then we're also, due to our declining enrollment, projecting the use of $4 million as a one-time purpose, because we will experience at least a $4 million decline in our supplemental concentration grant funding as a result of our decline in enrollment. In addition, we received our new concentration grant dollars that were intended to be used for staffing for direct services for students that improve student to adult ratios. As part of the presentation, we included the shift of expenditures of $15.2 million, leaving us with that remaining unallocated amount of $6.6 million. And here's an overview of our ESSER funds that we have received to date. So our ESSER $1 we received just over $25.8 million, and we've expended $22.3 million of those dollars to date. Of ESSER 2, we're receiving $102 million, and we're expected to receive we have expended as of September 30th just over $6 million. Our ESSER 3, which, as mentioned earlier in the public comments, is $229.5 million. We have not allocated or expended any of these dollars because the plan is before the board's approval this evening. And then the state AB 86 funds, which is also our ELO plan, of $42.1 million. We have expended approximately $14.2 million as of September 30th. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Applegate, who will walk you through an overview of the ESSER 3 planned investments.
So we'll stop before she takes over, and we'll take Mr. Tillman is first, and then Dr. Flores. Okay.
So let's start where you're at right here. You said that in ESSER 3, on this $229 million, $229,498,888, of that amount of money, none has been expenditure. But have those numbers been used to give you the projections in the budget?
I'm sorry, say again?
Have those numbers, the $229 million, are they factored into the budget that you showed us earlier?
That's the unrestricted side. So the ESSER dollars are on the restricted side of the budget, so they were not included in the numbers that I showed you. We just showed you the unrestricted side.
And then on page 4, you mentioned a number of, was it 2,000?
2,079.
And that's the number of a reduction in ADA?
That was the actual enrollment decline that we experienced last year. And if you recall, we were expected to recoup half of that enrollment this year. So
you said we were expected. Why were we expected?
Based on the enrollment projections that were used to build the 2021-22 budget, it was projected that half of those students would return.
You had a hope.
Well, they were based on projections, so I would figure it was a little bit more than hope.
But that 2,000, is that a 4% reduction?
That's 4.2% to be exact.
And because of that, I can't say loud enough that I have a real concern about the budget.
Sure.
And the fear I have is because we have this one-time money, like the ESSER money, it's truly one-time though. It's going to last us 2 years.
Correct.
But after that, it's the ongoing money. And if the ADA keeps going down, then it's going to put the district in a bad predicament. And worse than that, we're unsure where it's going to go. Just like you said that they had a projection that the ADA would get better, and it didn't. So, and then we have this hope of having legislation passed to do this whole hold harmless thing. So, I've been saying it from the beginning, and I'll say it again. I think we should be looking at positions that we're filling. Mm-hmm. We shouldn't be creating any new positions, and I think the board needs to look at the policy that's in place to ensure that we have control of new positions.
Sure.
It scares me when I hear about new names of positions that the board is filling, the district is filling, and I haven't no knowledge that we had approved them. So we need to look at that policy. But on the other side, even to the associations who say, hey, we need money on schedule, meaning that ongoing costs, that's a huge fear for me. And I just hope that everybody works together because there's going to be more clarity in the near future. But I think we're better off waiting until we get that clarity than to commit ongoing costs and then the things that we hope are going to happen don't happen. A perfect example would be the hold harmless that we're hoping that legislation gets passed, but there's no guarantee that it will be passed.
Sure.
So those type of things will lead me to recommend to the board that we be as conservative as possible, and we can always next year if we get better, firm information, then commit to ongoing costs. But I think it'd be a huge mistake for us to commit to ongoing costs. But it's only going to work if everyone agrees. You know, I've been on the board for a long time, and the reason why we've been successful is because the associations, they know the numbers just as well as we do. So I'm hoping that when they come to the table, they come to us being frank and honest, and having the number one goal be the district be able to have a positive budget certification. That should be our goal. And that's only going to happen if we all work together, and this board is committed to ensuring that we don't overspend in terms of ongoing costs. Even with the folks from ICUC who say they want the wellness center, I want them too. I wish we could have a wellness center at every school, staffed with professional staffing. But the sad thing is, when they gave us ESSER money, they could have given it to us for 10 years or 20 years. They didn't. So we're put in a bad predicament because it gives an impression we have this money to do things, but we really don't responsibly. So I again encourage the board to be very conservative at this time and wait for facts before we move forward on committing to ongoing costs. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Tillman, and not to get ahead of you, one of the areas that we're going to talk about in next steps is reviewing staffing. Sorry.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. Following up on Mr. Tillman, going to slide 3, you have enrollment and ADA, and then categories you have budgeted, unofficial C-beds, and projected, right?
Correct.
So when I subtract enrollment and ADA under budgeted, I subtract 44,866 from 4,710, it's 2,844. And when I subtract 44,097 from 46,897, it's 2,800 for unofficial C-beds. And then when I subtract projected, 43 for ADA, 803 from 46,554, it's 2,751. So the 1,156, 1,061 is not accurate in my mind.
Oh, so I'll clarify that for you.
That's not in my mind, and it actually is around 2,800. And so the decline is higher than 1,000 that you have here.
So,
and that's very, very concerning. And just for the public, how are we funded? Is it based on enrollment or is it based on ADA?
ADA.
It's based on ADA. So if it's based on ADA, then we have a loss of 2,751 students projected.
So just so I can be clear, the 1156 is the difference between what we budgeted and where we're projecting our enrollment to be. So that represents the 1156. The change in ADA of 1,063 is the difference between what we projected in budget to what we are updating our ADA projections to be
You
based
went
on
across and not down.
Correct.
You went across.
Yes.
Correct.
And how much money is 1,063?
1,063 is about $13.8 million.
So every 1,000, it's 13 point. So if we had 2,000, it would be at 26 million.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I want to go to slide 5. You can go to slide 5. So we're being held harmless this year, right?
Correct.
So we got our full funding.
We received our funding as of 1920 ADA. So we received what we were funded at in 2019-20 in terms of our ADA for this year. So
For this
it's
year.
based on that ADA amount.
So if we were to lose 2,000 students, it would be minus 26 million.
26 million.
Okay, so that's concerning.
Correct.
As Mr. Tillman stated. And I guess I don't understand all your numbers in red. Because in 2020, I've asked you this before, 2020, 21, you have 20 million in ESSER funds as a deficit.
Correct.
That's a lot of money. We got a lot of money. How come we have a deficit?
So those expenditures or numbers in line 3, those are the ESSER dollars that were used to offset or slow our structural deficit. So we're leveraging ESSER funding to reduce our expenditures on the unrestricted side to help slow the rate of deficit
Okay, so
spending.
it's not a deficit, it's that we're leveraging that money. So
Correct.
it's not a minus, but we're just using that money from the ESSER funds.
Correct.
To do that. Is that reflected in ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 itemized categories?
So yes, and the ESSER 3 plan that is before you this evening, it's those dollars that are being used from ESSER 3 for this exact purpose are designated under continuity of operations.
And is that for 2022, 23, 2023, 24?
It's actually 22, 23, 23, 24 from ESSER 3. ESSER 2, the funds identified for ESSER 2, for 21, 22, those are from ESSER 2. The 20 million for 2020-21, that is from ESSER 1.
And on line 4, are those also from ESSER 2 and ESSER 3?
No, that's the actual deficit spending for that year on line 4.
On line 4 is
So-
the actual deficit. Explain that again.
So yes, so after our revenues expenditures that include the ESSER support, we still are deficit spending $22.9 million.
Oh, I see, okay. And then the projected one is 46.8. But how can you project 2023 when we don't know?
Well, great question, great question. We're required to project our multi-year projections. That's part of the requirements. And we project them based on the information that we know. So we know that we have expenditures that are tied to staffing. So we are able to project that out, which includes step and column increases over the year, the pension cost increases. So we are able to project out. The further you do go out, though, there's limited information. So as we move closer to that third year, as we receive additional
Because we
information.
don't know our COLA.
Correct.
We don't know our LCAP. We don't know any of that. So
Well, we do know our COLA, at least as it's projected now from the state. Now, that could change. Obviously, it changes every year.
So you're using the COLA we got this year?
No, so we get multi-year COLA projections. So we have the COLA projection this year. We have another projection for next year. We have another projection for the following year. So we're using those state projected COLAs, not the same COLA every single year.
Okay. So my concern is that you know, we're in a pandemic. And we have to be fiscally responsible. But yet, I think, this is just me, one board member, thinks that we need to provide our employees with a raise, whether it's what is it called? Off
schedule?
Off schedule or partial on schedule, off schedule. And because they're working overtime. They're working just enormously. I hear from them, they're exhausted, and they still perform every day. And so I really want to know how much money we have in order to provide our employees some compensation. And so from this, it looks dismal. And so I'm frustrated, to tell you the truth. And I had wanted to talk to you, but Mr. Irvin didn't allow me to come and speak to you because I had all these questions, and I have even more, but I don't want to take time. And I have the floor, and he allowed Mr. Tillman to come and speak to you. And I am a board member. I want my colleagues to know that I was not given the same privilege as Mr. Tillman to come forth, and it is unacceptable because I'm an elected official. Thank you.
I have a clarifying question. Are you done with your?
I'm not done, but
Okay.
I will go ahead. I have more questions.
On that, Mr. Tillman, are you assigned a district staff? Or no? District liaison? Who is your district liaison is what I was asking. I'm asking just a quick, and I'm going to move it forward.
People accuse me of a lot of stuff. I do not have district staff assigned
No,
to me.
or assigned district. We all have some.
I'm offended, Mr. Tillman.
Is it Mr. Sullivan?
My assistant soup that has been my representative it was Janie, now it's Mr. Sullivan. Yes.
Okay. And the reason why I raised that question, Dr. Flores, is this. We even talked about that at our last board meeting for all of us to get the information, because you requested a lot of this information, right? And then I talked to Mr. Sullins about bringing some ongoing information prior. So what we agreed is that way we can all hear it. The only reason why Mr. Tillman might have had a different dialogue is that's because he was his liaison. But it wasn't an intent to say someone can't speak. But I'm just I hear you.
I have never been denied access to anybody. Janie was not my liaison, and anytime I wanted to speak to her, I was allowed.
I agree with Dr. Flores.
And anytime I wanted to speak to anyone, I was allowed. And then it was, of course, brought to the full board. And I am just making a statement that it's unacceptable, Mr. Irvin. I am a board member. I should be allowed to speak to Mr. Sullins. I have tons of questions. Of course, I'm upset. And I don't want you to couch it because he's his liaison, because I do believe Dr. Monadas was there, and she's not his liaison. So I am quite upset about it. And if that practice continues, I will go immediately to his office and interrupt him.
I'm going to
Find
say
out.
again to the board, we have said and we have stated that all of us need to get the information together at the same time. We
I'm
just
sorry,
talked
not
about
we.
that the last week.
I always
All right,
have
well,
had access.
we'll talk about it again.
Yeah, I don't want to be bullied.
We'll talk about it
It's
again.
anti-bullying week. I do not want to be bullied by you.
It's National
National Month of
bully
Anti-Bullying.
prevention. But needless to say, I think part of, again, our clarification as board members, and we spoke about this at the last board meeting, that it's very important for all of us to get the information simultaneously.
I understand that, but I've never been denied when I want clarification.
So I don't know whether it was a denial or following board direction, because I know,
not board
I
direction.
know,
It's
I
It's
know
not
I
a board
stated it.
direction. I am sorry. It's
It
not a
was not
board
a-
direction. It is not a board direction.
It was not a denial. and I want to be very clear. So,
Yes, it was.
excuse me, can I
Because
finish?
you did not
You're talking over
allow
me and
So,
you're being
Dr.
Well,
Flores-
disrespectful.
I don't, you
Dr.
talk over me all the
Flores-
time, so I'm
Okay,
talking
hold
over
on.
you.
So,
I don't talk.
And I had the floor.
so we will talk one at a time, and we'll do it that way. But again, I just want to be clear on what we were requesting, because we did just recently discuss how some conversations are not privy to the entire board. And if it's a report that has been requested at the board meeting to come as an agenda item, all of us will hear and speak on it. Now,
Why did
so
Mr. Tillman get to do it?
because Mr. Tillman must have been asking questions to his liaison, I'm assuming. But if that's not the case, we can clarify it, how we want to disseminate and get information. Superintendent Irvin?
Those concerns are duly noted. I'm not going to respond at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker.
No, I still have questions. Slide 12. When are we going to get ESSER 2 expenditures? You don't have to give them to me now, but I would like to know how all those allocations are being expended. I know we got it once, but it was very general. So I would like to see those expenditures. And I also would like to ask you, if we approve ESSER 3 tonight, are those allocations firm? Or can we change them as a board?
It's a good question. Since this is the first ESSER 3 plan that I partake in, I'd have to check on that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. There is, in every plan, there's always fluctuation. You know, priorities change, et cetera. So I would say that this is the plan as a board approval. If priorities change, we're unable to do something, then obviously those priorities or those investments I would expect would change as well, so that we could fully expend those funds.
And my second question, Mr. Irvin, is how were these allocations made to all these categories? Who decided them?
That was made by Ms. Applegate and her team, and she can speak to that.
You had nothing to do with it?
Absolutely. Well, I wasn't part of the process. They bring it back to me. So, Mrs. Applegate, so if you're trying to make some sort of allegation that
No, I'm just,
no,
no,
that's
no,
waste.
I'm not making allegation. I just want to know how
The
it was,
voices-
how
the
it was
voices-
determined, that's all.
Okay, so Ms. Applegate, can you address that, please? Because I know that I wasn't really part of the process.
Let me, okay, so are we done with Mr. Sullivan's questions? Mr. Sullivan, okay,
Right,
Mr.
but I just want to make it
Yes,
clear
no,
that
we-
Mrs.
we're gonna
Applegate was
bring-
part of the
no,
process. and
absolutely.
My job,
Gotcha.
I just wanted to bring clarity,
Okay,
Madam President.
Mrs. Applegate, can you go ahead and
Thank you.
respond? Thank you.
And I was just going to clarify, I was going to ask a question regarding staffing, but since Mr. Solon said that you would be addressing it, so I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. So we can go to the next slide. And good evening once again, board. So we're
Mrs. Applegate, can you answer my question? How were these allocations made?
They were made based on data, student data, because what I'm going to present to you right now are the components in the ESSER 3 plan and what the state has asked us to do with the funding, because these are restricted funds. So the state was very clear on how we were to spend them, or the categories anyway. So if I can just address what the state has said, that these funds are used to address students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs, as well as any opportunity gaps that existed before and were worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. So one of the first things that we did was obviously look at our data to see where those gaps had widened and what had happened. So interdivisionally, among all of our divisions, our directors got together and took a look at our data, and we started to come up with some strategies to really help with learning loss. And we also had community meetings. The state also allowed us to take previous feedback and input from community members in both the Extended Learning Opportunities Plan meetings and all the LCAP meetings, because the state realized ESSER 3 was on a little bit shorter of a timeline. So they said, you've already had over 10, 15 LCAP and ELO, the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant meetings, and so you're able to take that feedback as well. So we wouldn't have to turn around and have another 10 meetings for ESSER 3. So we really looked at data. We had the entire district interdivisionally and got input from all of them, and then from our community as well. So these are all the stakeholders that were involved in the crafting of the ESSER 3 plan. So the state has identified those 3 categories where we need to spend these funds. And you can see the first one are expenditures for implementing strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning. So that's a little bit of a broad category, but a lot of these expenditures were given directly to sites as students came back onto campus. So it could be additional learning materials. It could be different COVID measures, safety measures that were put in place. So there were several different items. I'm going to go number 1 again. Mr. Sullins spoke to that one already, that was an offset of expenditures in our base funding to help slow down that loss that we had. So he explained that one in detail. And that was in slide number 5, I believe, item 3 in slide 5. The rest of these are instructional support. Those could be materials given to the school sites or additional instructional personnel, people that can help at the schools. Same thing with the summer learning and supplemental programs. We had additional summer learning for our special ed students. There were materials that were bought and given to all the different school sites. Again, number 4, COVID-19 and safety protocols, everything from the bottle stations or whatever we needed to do to make it safe at the school sites. So this one revolves around a lot of the in-person learning at the school sites. You can see technology, all those devices were deployed to all the students and of course to teachers. And then social, emotional, and mental health support as well. And then operations, that's facilities and all the different improvements that they did for COVID as well. Next slide. So the difference with this particular category are these, you'll see some similar titles, but now this is specifically addressing the impact of lost instructional time. So that unfinished learning that we had to address. So you see summer learning there again, but a lot of that has to do with the actual instruction. So these are extra duty teaching for teachers, those extended days for the administrators that had to run summer school, the teachers that were running summer school, all of our support staff, instructional aides. It was pretty much all hands on deck. So this is now specifically for the learning, not just necessarily materials. Again, you can see after school and extended day, all the efforts there with additional learning, tutoring district-wide. So most of these are district-wide now, interventions instead of site-based. Social emotional learning and mental health support, extra curriculum that our teachers can implement, attendance and intervention support as well. And then there's a broad category that's called use of any remaining funds. And the state identifies probably 16 different areas where we can use these monies. Many of these are repetitive because it's like COVID, it's improving school facilities, learning loss, not anything really new. But we have really looked at some of the input that we got from our community. So we spent our funds on some parent engagement activities, and we've also, of course, spent some money on the virtual learning program. And we imagine that that will expand as well. So as your question, whether this can change, these are really what came out based on our data and based on our community feedback. So these are the priorities. But we can be flexible. We know, for instance, that we may have to put more money into our virtual learning program as kids sign up, as we continue to get more data and see where we might have more social emotional needs and where those other priorities could become more evident as the year goes, because obviously we just now are beginning to know what we're dealing with post-pandemic, then we can be a little bit more flexible with our ESSER funds. But these are the 2 slides, and you have the detailed report that was sent to you. So you have all of these rows in detail, specifically calling out what it was spent on.
Okay, so I think we're going to go back to Ms. Rosales Medina. And
Oh,
then,
yes, just really quickly. So with just these two slides that you presented, and I guess that's the question, Dr. Flores, I would like for it more to be answered in detail of where we see the numbers, like for instance, number 1, $61 million. And then of course, you go down, you see these allocations of funding. How were we able to allocate those specific amounts for each of those line items?
So a lot of that was the planning that we had initially done with our ASAP plan. If you remember the ASAP, when we started looking at our student groups, like our English learners, special ed, all of our different students, and our directors got together and started to plan about what are we going to need. So for the tutoring or for the learning loss, they were specifically calling out, reading scores are really low. So we're going to use those extra resident teachers to help lower class size and do more reading, small group instruction. And then along with that came, okay, we need to buy $1 million worth of books in order to support that leveled reading. So it was really looking at the data and then our personnel being very intentional about what strategies would be specifically addressing those groups' needs, and then the materials that would revolve around that.
And I guess that's a great example because you gave some good explanation, but it's not written down. It's not categorized, and it's like, how many positions would that be? And did you sum, is that how it came out to 61 million, or were there additional other programs? I'm just trying to, it's not just where you just invented a number and just put it there because you're assuming that it's going to be XYZ positions, right? So I'm just wanting to see it, because in previous, when the LCAP was presented, and I know this is not the LCAP, but back when the LCAP was presented, for us to start getting community input, and I think the students were mentioning that as well. Back then, we were, doing these different types of forums, really providing engagement, and even having, parents start jotting down. We would get reports of all the comments of, by category. We would get this thick thing, and then we were able to read through it. And so now it's like we're seeing numbers, we're seeing brief, very generic description, and there's not enough information to really understand. This is why I came up with the number, and so forth. So I don't know if you have anything like that. I know you did provide us 2 different formats, and even this one doesn't have real specific information that you just spoke on right now.
So one is a description of the services, and the other one is how we're going to monitor it. So those 2 documents will show that. And are you specifically asking about number 1, the 61
No,
million?
I'm just using
in
number
general.
1 as an example, like as
Okay.
you were mentioning. But there's several of them that don't really have specifics. Although I was reading this one, it just gives you a generic guide, but it doesn't tell you specifically how, this is how amount of positions and so forth. And that line item is just one example.
Okay, we can bring you some more detailed information. This one is a little bit different than our LCAP because this one is very restricted in that they've told us this is how you need to spend the money because you're trying to close the gaps post-COVID-19 pandemic. So it's very specific as to, okay, you need to really make sure you have strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning. You have to cover learning loss, or you have to really make sure that you accelerate learning to recapture learning. So the planning was really revolving around those areas. And so LCAP is a lot broader, where we
Right.
can really think about different things that we can do. We can be really creative. We can,
But I guess-
really get a lot of feedback and implement all that. This one's a little bit more structured in the way that we have to approach it.
And I guess even more so, since it's more specific, then we would see exactly what we can spend on it, the by line item, and I still don't see that. So even if this one is, you have to spend on certain things, it still doesn't show. Maybe you can, with the team, look
Yes,
at creating
we have a
something
more
more
detailed.
specific.
We can bring you
more
the
s-
spreadsheet
yes.
we actually have a spreadsheet that calls it out by the name of the books that we're buying.
Okay, that would
But I
be
didn't know if you
helpful.
wanted that level of detail. Of course, we can provide that for you.
Right, and that way we're able to see specifically, this is how they came up with the numbers versus just seeing just generic language, and then we're like, oh, is it just made up? I don't know. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Okay, does the $61,952,034 include new positions?
No, I don't believe that includes, you can speak a little bit more to that. That's the offset on the base program.
Pardon me?
No, they don't. That's to offset existing expenditures.
So these are, when you say offset existing expenditures, what does that mean?
So expenditures, sorry, I'll go back.
Oh, to the ones that were red?
Yeah.
Okay, to the ones that were
Yeah.
red under there. Okay, fine.
So, yeah, those
Okay.
are the dollar amounts.
All right,
those are.
okay, good. Secondly, I'm going to ask again, is this in concrete, ESSER 3, all these allocations for funds?
So this is the plan. So once the plan is executed, then we will budget them in the appropriate category.
Mhm. And Ms. Applegate, you said you allocated all of this with your directors?
We did have feedback from our directors. We had feedback
I
from.
can't hear you.
Yes, we did sit with our directors, but we also had feedback from the community. And the community included teachers and principals as they came in and planned for LCAP and the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant as well.
Were our unions involved?
They were involved, yes, because they were part of the LCAP, And so they gave us suggestions and ideas, and the state told us, because of the short turnaround, you can take some of the feedback from the other plans that we've developed.
But this is ESSER 3, not LCAP.
But the state allows us to take those suggestions and feedback from all the other meetings that we've had.
From everybody. So
From
I'm
everybody.
not quite understanding you when you said LCAP.
Yes, because the state has, because it's a little bit of a short turnaround for ESSER 3. So the state has said, instead of, requiring you to have 10 ESSER 3 meetings, you can take some of the feedback and some of the
from the
idea
LCAP,
from the
from the
LCAP
LCAP,
and from the
okay.
extended learning grant opportunities.
I
And then
didn't
we
know
also
that.
had a lot in the AB 86, which
Okay.
is the extended learning grant.
And so do you also have a plan like this for ESSER 2?
There's a, do you want
Did we approve ESSER 2? We must have.
There is no ESSER 2 plan.
There's no ESSER 2 plan?
In meaning, there's no expenditure plan like ESSER 3. ESSER 3 was the only required plan. We are required with all of our federal dollars to report the expenditures.
Well, that's a lot of money that we haven't allocated. How much is that? I'm looking. So we've only spent $6,079,188, and we have $102,114,360,000.
Correct.
So that's a lot of money that hasn't been allocated.
Correct. So I'll defer to Ms. Applegate, but as part of that ASAP plan that was developed early on, that included the AB 86, the expanded learning. It included ESSER 2, and it also included the preliminary plan for ESSER 3. So several of the initiatives are begun using AB 86 or expanded learning opportunity grant, and with the use of ESSER 2 dollars and the use of ESSER 3 dollars, those initiatives are continued over the period of several years.
So have you done that already, Mrs. Applegate?
So ESSER 2, my understanding is we used as COVID hit to really mitigate immediately some of the COVID impact that our district had. ESSER 3, I believe, is a new template that they've asked us for, and that has to have board approval. There wasn't a template before. It was basically, here are the funds to assist you because you're in a pandemic and this is an emergency state, so use these funds accordingly.
So
But
we
ESSER
have
3 is a plan.
$95 million approximately from ESSER 2 that have not been allocated.
We can share the spreadsheet. We can give the board the spreadsheet so that you can see.
They have been
Yeah.
allocated? Mrs. King?
We have expenditures that were allocated in an emergency, I guess in an emergency way to try to mitigate some of the COVID impact that we had with ESSER 2. ESSER 3 now is very specific to learning loss and
Okay.
to in-person safe
I
learning.
just want to know
Yeah.
because I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, good evening. As the funds were allocated by educational services, student services, and all the input was taken, we took and we allocated them basically over the years. So we did do ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 at the same time. It's the same priorities, we just allocated them so that we could most effectively use them for the same priorities. So yes, we do have this fairly massive spreadsheet that we can provide.
I don't
it.
want to see the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I just want to see the categories and what we filled in. Yeah.
And so what we've done is we allocated the dollars based upon the reporting criteria that we have to report. So the criteria that you see here are pretty much the same for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3.
Okay.
And there's an additional piece that requires 20% of ESSER 3 to be for learning
Okay.
loss mitigation.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Ceballos? Which one's first? Oh, Ms. Ceballos, okay.
Okay, let me see if I can catch my breath. So I think that there is a lot of, obviously a lot of information and a lot of money coming in, right? And I know that, it's been presented to the board, it's been brought, as it has been coming in. So I remember seeing ESSER, talking about ESSER 1 and 2, and then the ASAP plan and ELO and so forth. But I think that there's still a lot of confusion just because it's so much information, right? And I think that it's not just the community finding it very confusing to kind of keep up with it, but as you can see, we're having a hard time keeping up with it as well. And so I would recommend, Madam President, if we can have a workshop where we can have more time for some of these questions, where we can actually get into some of the details in the weeds of it, specifically for the, the monies that have been given to us. To Dr. Flores's point, and to your point as well, actually, about Mr. Tillman having access to his liaison, which happens to be the person that does finances for us. I understand, your point. We do want to make sure that we all get the information, the same information at the same time. And sometimes that doesn't happen if we're contacting individually some of the staff members. I can see that. But at the same time, as Dr. Flores mentioned, she's not getting the information. She has questions, and so do we. And so that's why I'm asking, that maybe we have a workshop, because I would like more clarity, more insight that maybe Mr. Tillman got to get, because his liaison, is Mr. Solons. And so again, I know that it's on the agenda for tonight. I would probably, would like to also recommend maybe we put it to the side and we engage in one or two or however many workshops we deem necessary to be able to have as much clarity as we need to, so that we're able also to provide that clarity to the community, because I'm not sure, right? And so I wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward with it in that sense.
Mr. Tillman? Oh, no, wait, right? Mr. Tillman?
I have another question, but just to clarify what Mrs. Sabalos is asking, statutorily, when does this have to be approved?
That's what I was going to say. We are on the timeline.
Yeah.
What is the date for the 29th?
And I only say it because this is not unusual. The legislator puts us in a bad predicament. I mean, all this was in response to COVID-19, and there's a lot of money that was provided, and they just arbitrarily picked these dates that we have to agree to. I will say that there is a plan, but you will be able to weigh in on changes in how we spend it. And I think, like some of the questions I'm going to ask, so Mr. Sullivan, on page 8, line 3, when you say ESSER funding there, what ESSER fund are you talking about?
So in 2021, ESSER, the 20 million listed there was ESSER $1. In 21-22, the $14.8 million there is designated through ESSER 2. And for 22-23 and 23-24, those $2 amount, 14.8 and 39.3, are designated for ESSER 3.
So that's a little over $50 million of ESSER money you're just using to help balance the budget.
Correct.
And the line item in that ESSER 3 plan is called continuation of operations?
Correct.
Right. Are there any other line items in the ESSER 3 planning that are included in the budget on this unrestricted side?
So
because this
you mean continuity of operations,
right.
offset? Not that I'm aware of.
So
any
that,
any additional offsets? Yeah. So the only other, and it's included in that number, there were positions that were slated to be reduced that are not being reduced. They're actually continuing to be funded with those positions over the 3-year period.
and how's that represented in the budget?
So that's actually part of the ESSER plan. So once the ESSER plan is approved, then that will be allocated for those purposes.
But the big question is it reflected already in this budget that I'm looking at?
So no, because this is unrestricted. So,
Okay. So
yeah,
in so the other piece I was going to go there.
Correct.
So if you were to show us, I don't know why you didn't,
Yeah.
but if you were going to show us the restricted side of the budget, you would show us cells in the columns that would represent ESSER 2 money to offset costs in restricted funding that we're spending already.
So the way it would look on the restricted side is you would have the revenue for the ESSER funds there, and then within the expenditures, it would be included in the overall expenditures. So the ESSER dollars would be included in the overall revenues for the restricted budget, and the ESSER expenditures would also be included in the overall expenditures.
Exactly. But I think what's important, if we didn't receive ESSER funding, the district would be in dire straits financially.
Correct.
Would you agree?
Correct.
Because we received the ESSER money, we're using that to just balance the budget.
Correct.
Now, in doing that, you have to create these plans, but a lot of the plans are dictated by what you have to do to balance the budget.
Correct.
So that's what dictates the character, that's what dictates the categories that you put it in and how you title it.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure aside from that, there is some money that falls out that is new money and new expenditures. And am I hearing you saying that none of these new expenditures are people that we're hiring, full-time people?
Correct. So of these expenditures, there are staffing costs for like additional extra duty. There are, I think, some therapists for over that period to provide those supports. But that's it, not new positions.
And those are people that we contract with, the therapists.
Some are contracts, but additionally, the extra duty would be existing employees who are working additional time.
Exactly. So that's the point I'm trying to make. A lot of this money is being used to shore up our existing budget. So even though we talk about like it's a whole bunch of extra money, and that's the point I'm trying to make. Correct. Because we have the ACLU call in and talk about $229 million, they act as though it's $229 million unallocated, ongoing, forever, and you can do all these big things with it, and you really can't. And so it's up to us, the board, to make sure that we're responsible and don't see it the same way and only spend the money that we know we are able to spend after we balance the budget. So I'm all for having another budget meeting we can discuss it and make it clear, but I think we should approve this tonight, have that meeting, and in areas where we think there's money that we can change and do different things with, take the input. But realize that we're put in a bad predicament because all this came quickly.
Correct.
And so there wasn't a way where you could, like the lady listed all the different entities that should have been involved in the planning process. You can't do that in 2 months. When did the ESSER 3 money come out?
I don't remember the exact date. Was it the end of, actually it was this year, correct? Yeah, it was this year. I'm sorry, 21, 22.
Yeah, I know it was this year, and then the planning started, and they gave us the amounts, and so, so I'm just saying, so we're in a bad predicament, and you couldn't, it's not as though, number one, it's not as though you have a whole bunch of additional unallocated money to spend. A lot of it is being used to short the budget, and it's being used for the right thing, to mitigate some of the things that have happened during COVID.
Correct.
So from that perspective, it is a good thing. So, thank you.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
I agree to a certain extent, Mr. Tillman, but the reality is that I, as a board member, don't have all the information in front of me to make that informed decision. When it comes to, and I get, and I get it, but what exactly each of these items are being spent on, like I said, previously, and I know this is a very different situation, we would get a detailed report. And I think that's some of the things that we're missing when we want to make an informed decision. Now, I'm all for having a budget workshop, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that, if I had a question, and I have done this before as well, where I would go and ask. I would ask the person, back then it was Janie Christakos, she would show me the charts, the information, and I would understand, and then I would hear it again at the board meeting. So I personally, I don't know, where's the protocol on that? I'm hoping no one is stopping us. So if I want to go visit you, Mr. Sullivan's, is that okay?
I'm here.
President Rogers, is that okay?
I'm kind of confused as to why I'm really being asked this question.
Because-
Let me just clear up the one issue in the room. Dr. Flores asked for a lot of this information last board meeting. And I asked Mr. Sullins when he would be ready to bring it to us, right? All of us. I also stated at the other meeting, and we talked about this, when one person has information and all of us don't have it, it puts us in an odd place. So it's not a permission to, and these are our superintendent staff members and their time and coordination of that.
Then it's coming from you then.
All that I am saying
Okay.
is that we have a board meeting and we all want the same information.
That's
So
where I have
if
to
the
disagree.
board-
So then where's the protocol? See, that's what I don't understand that. If I have a question and I want to speak to Mr. Solons, who is the person of the budget, I can still get the information at the board meeting, but I need more clarity and getting more details. I don't
And
see a
that's why
problem,
we're
but
here.
it's under your leadership then that
Right.
we're only going to be able to do that in board meetings. Then I just want to be clear.
It
then
just
we're not
depends on
allowed
what
to
it
do that
is.
then.
It depends on what
Under
it
your
is,
leadership,
Mr.
we're not
Solomon.
allowed to do it then.
What I'm saying is
Okay.
what I am in agreement with is going back to more board workshops. And then that, I think, will make us more effective. So
For
we'll do more board workshops so we all can sit and have the conversation. But individually having information and then we're all up at a loss and two people are ahead or behind, that's like a board meeting. That's why we request it here. So that's what I'm saying. As far as having any other conversations, I don't know what other
I
conversations
do
you're having.
apologize, Mr.
I'm not having
Superintendent
that.
Irvin, because if it's not coming from him then, it's not really coming from
It's
him.
coming from what he heard
It's coming
was
from
said
you,
last board
the
meeting.
president, that's not allowing us to speak to staff with regarding to the items.
Can I just bring clarity? When the meeting with Mr. Tillman originally, I know Mr. Tillman, I'm just going to be clear. I think, Dr. Menards, when you guys talked with him, originally it was about the service delivery model, probably because I know, Mr. Tillman, you didn't attend the original meeting that we had. And I know there were some
That was
questions.
a board workshop. It
Right,
was not.
But I'm not, I wasn't at that meeting. So, but I know some of it was around that. But, and the bottom line is duly noted, we'll take the information I heard today from you and Dr. Flores. We'll take it back and then we'll revisit it and reflect and have a conversation tomorrow when we do our board debrief. So we heard you loud and clear. We'll go back and we'll sit and we'll debrief tomorrow and have a conversation about what that looks like. Give us time to go ahead and debrief that information. That's it.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, thank you, Ms. Applegate, for the presentation. It's quite a bit of information. I know you guys are, like Mr. Tillman had said, on a very, very tight timeline. You know, my biggest concern is and I've heard this, we need to approve this plan by October 29th, is that what we said?
Right.
To be able to take action and start implementing the plans that are within this, right? Correct? So if we don't
Correct.
approve it tonight, what is the other outcome?
I'd have to double check, but this is tied to that funding. So, you know, there is the risk that if we don't submit plans by the appropriate timeline, that we could jeopardize funding.
And that's
But
what
I'd
I
have to
wanted to hear
clarify.
as well, just so you know. And, you know, I also heard that we could amend the plan if necessary, which I think is important because obviously a lot of my colleagues here, as well as myself, need additional information. And I'm sure we'll have many questions as we move through now through 2024. I think we need to emphasize that. This is through 2024. Each phase, each ESSER 1, 2, and 3 has had timelines. So this isn't just a here and now plan. This is for the next 2 years as well. So, you know, we would have to have that flexibility to be able to amend the plan because things will change over the next year or two. So, you know, I just want us to understand that. As for communication, you know, I'll speak for myself right now, and I know Mr. Irwin knows this, and Dr. Rogers as well. I like to work with the liaison. That has always been my style. If I have a question, I go to my liaison. If I have a concern, I go to my liaison. That individual, it's been Dr. Hernandez, now it's Ms. Applegate again, goes and finds out the information for me or will connect me with that individual. But that's always been my line of communication and my practice. It is very easy for me. I know who I need to contact. If I have questions to the other individuals, they'll connect me with them. So I just want my colleagues to know that's how I do things. And it works for me. Now, might be different for others, but that's one of the things I asked for, and I appreciate that was brought back. But, it sounds like, there are concerns, so we need to address that. But I know you've put a lot of work into this. I've looked at your ESSER 3 expenditure plan. It showed tremendous input by various stakeholders, regardless if they're staff, students, community members, teachers, you name it. But there was tremendous input from our community, so I don't think there's a question there. As for specific items, we've heard wellness centers is more than enough tonight. I'm kind of along the lines with Mr. Tillman. I'd love to have one at every school. However, we have to consider ongoing costs. This is one-time funds. I think our community and our folks need to know that. When you have one-time funds, you cannot attach personnel to them. You just can't, because we're already going to be deficit spending as it is. So, yeah, maybe we could build a facility or we could get rooms or something, but we wouldn't be able to staff it past maybe 2024, and we'd have to be looking for funds beyond that. So I'm okay with the plan as it is presented, and I'm going to move forward and vote yes for it, just so you guys know.
Can I say, Mr. Wyatt, that one of the things, if it's okay with the board, is even if they approve the plan, we're okay with going back to looking at how do we amend it if we need to make some amendments. So this way we can go forward, because as a district, we're willing to be flexible, and we're not saying this is set in stone. I will work with Mr. Sullins to make sure that, is there any way that we can make some amendments to it? If there's some things that the board is thinking about, we will try to be flexible in that. I know that some of you want to meet with Mr. Sullins. Give us a chance to debrief. We usually debrief after the board meeting. And so we don't want to stifle anyone's opportunity to get all the information that they need. We want to make that very clear. We want to make sure that the board gets the information that they need so we can go forward. So just be patient, allow us a couple of days to debrief, and then come up with a plan going forward. We just need some time to debrief this information. But again, we want to make sure that we as a district do want to work cooperatively with the board. We want to make sure that when we put forth the final plan, the board is in agreement with the plan with us. And there's a couple other things that if we need additional information, if we need additional input, again, there's nothing that stops us from making some adjustments if needed or amending the plan. So we're not opposed to that at all. We want to make it very clear. We're not opposed to that. We're just asking for some time to be able to go back, debrief and reflect, and then get back with the board on that, on next steps.
Dr. Flores?
I wanted to ask Mrs. Applegate if she knows, or maybe it's Dr. Rodriguez, how many wellness centers do we currently have at our high schools?
Currently, we have one at Sierra High School.
Only at Sierra?
Correct, only at Sierra.
And how is it staffed?
We do have a nurse. We do have a partnership with Loma Linda. I have not had the opportunity to visit it because it hasn't been up and running. But we're also looking at, or we have had the opportunity to do some Medi-Cal billing, so to offset some of the costs.
And I do know that ICUC has come to us for about 4 or 5 years requesting wellness centers. And I thought we had more. I thought we had the beginnings of other, safe places or in high schools.
I'm talking with Dr. Menares. I think that she did agree that ICUC has been bringing this to the district's attention for many years, but with the turnover of staff and leadership within the Student Services Division, some of those initiatives might have not been carried out because of the turnover of staff.
So I'm wondering if we should ask our principals to see, because I do remember and do recall that they had some safe spaces. And,
yeah, I believe Pacific High School had a space. And I think that, they were also utilizing kind of double duty with some of the other rooms that were available. Like we had parent centers at all the high schools that was kind of a hub for opportunities. But with COVID, some of those things kind of dropped off.
Can we ask them, please, so that we can find
Yes.
out for sure?
Of course, and I know that there were some elementaries that had like calming corners and other things like that,
Yes,
so we
we
can
do
get that information.
we do have that.
Right.
But not
So-
actual full-scale wellness centers to the degree of Sierra High School.
But at least we can begin to move in that direction, Mr. Tillman, in terms of if they have spaces and have current employees and so forth. And I do know that our our heart people also go out to our campuses. So, I mean, I think we should look into the possibility of that. And I'm glad that, Mr. Irvin, you said that we can amend as we go, because it is 2 years, and see where we're at. And I also want to comment about Dr. Wyatt. Dr. Wyatt, I used to work with my liaison, and then as soon as I let my liaison know, Janie would call me. But also I used to talk directly to Dr. Marsden, and or I would text him, and he would say, okay, Janie will call you, later on, and yes, you can. And I would have just a few questions, and I was given that. And then I think he would send out that I asked that question so everybody would know that she responded to me. And that way you all would know that I asked that question and what her answer was. And so that it wasn't just for me. It was, everybody would have access to it. Thank you.
And Dr. Flores, I just wanted to comment on the Wellness Center, because I have gone and visited, because it was a national, I know, Dan, I just wanted to respond to Dr. Flores. You do this to me all the time, just so you know. So it's very rare that I ever do this, Mr. Tillman, but it's quite frequent.
I agree, Dr.
It's quite
White.
frequent that you do. I'd say almost every board meeting. So, and it's actually a compliment to the wellness program over there at Sierra, and I believe it was nationally recognized. I can't remember the recognition, but it was a massive recognition. And because I operate on a similar model with the programs that I supervise with clinicians, not necessarily counselors. And they do have a nurse there, but let me just say that nurse is inundated with a lot of a huge caseload. She told me how high, and I won't say because I was trying to get a comparative number with nursing services. But there are a number of staff there. I believe it was at least 2 to 3, and I don't want to know if we want to call them counselors or clinicians, because I use that term very differently when I talk about services. We utilize clinicians, so they're there and they're full-time. So when we talk about such a wellness center, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier, Mr. Tillman did as well, that would be an ongoing cost that would be tremendous. And if that's a model we want to implement at every school, it would cost us a significant amount of money, which again, I'm all for, but it would cost us a lot of money. Now, things you mentioned, Dr. Flores, I like wellness rooms or calming rooms, calming centers. We could have that at every school, and we should have that at every school if we don't already. Maybe we could get some feedback on that. But those aren't hard to design or to have or incorporate. That should be our first step towards working towards wellness centers. But again, this money that we're talking about tonight, and I want to be very specific, it wouldn't sustain such a wellness center with that kind of staffing. But I think it's an ultimate goal. I would agree with you completely.
We do have calming centers at all school sites.
Oh, fantastic. Well, there you go.
Mr. Tillman.
I just want to clarify, maybe we can have agendize it and discuss. I call people, depending on their expertise, for simple answers to questions. I've never had the perspective that I'm calling to ask a question that everybody else is going to ask. Everybody has a different questions at different times. As board members, if it's a communication problem, I'm going to call Ginger. If it's something to do with now student services, I know Dr. Rodriguez is the expert on it. If it's something to do with school police, I'm going to call Joe Polino and ask him the question. If they call and tell me, hey, we got this building and we need somebody to open it, I'm not going to wait, or I'm not going to call Mr. Sutherland and say, can you call Polino? I'll call Joe Polino and say, hey, they said they need the building open. So I'm not doing it from a perspective of, I don't know. If that's something that the board wants to agendize and then give direction on in terms of protocol, then we should have the discussion. But that's not something I ever have.
Rogers has
adhered to.
clearly made
But
sure that we do not.
Now
I did not, and I'm not going to allow
Everybody
you to even
interrupted
say that,
me.
Ms.
I have the
Rosales
floor.
Medina, and we're not going to waste time
But
tonight.
that's not on this
all right.
item, but I will encourage the board to approve this item tonight and then have a discussion. And if we're not going to approve it tonight, make sure we approve it in time to ensure that it gets passed. Thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, and it's kind of late for me to make comments, but if I don't do it now, I'll forget. I remember in 2008, when I was working for county schools, Alan Rollins, who was in charge of mental health services, wanted to put a mental health person, and the county was going to pay for it, at every school. This district was notified, and no one wanted any parts of it. And before then, because I've served on Community Hospital of San Bernardino board for over 10 years, well, I think almost 20 now, and the same thing. They want to know what can we do to partner, and I made contact. Now, it hasn't been in the, you know, that was before I got on the board. So those opportunities might still be there, but the last set of board members, I guess, just didn't either understand it or just didn't want any parts of it. I don't know. But I just wanted to bring up that those are two opportunities as we talk about wellness centers. There are people out there who's willing to invest their money and their people, but, you know, we need to contact them.
All right, I think that's all the questions. And to the wellness centers, are we good? To the wellness centers too, I know it was prior to COVID. We were, what I recall is that we did know that wellness centers were very, very costly, and the brick and mortar ones was even more costlier. But we went to a point where we said we were going to kind of build those physical people, starting with the elementaries. But what I'm hearing now, it sounds like, I don't know, is it just because COVID and coming back? Because we were award-winning on that, right? And
Yes.
so we said that was the first tier and the first level. So I just wanted to clear up.
Let me clarify.
Yeah, please.
So our schools have wellness teams. There are structures at the campuses, for example, like Hazel Health is one of our partners that provides medical advice for students, also provides diagnosis and medication when that's necessary. We have our heart teams. We have Victor Community that provides mental health counseling. We do have social worker interns that the district has. We also have, just a variety of community-based programs like Operation School Bell, Healthy Kids, the Santa Claus Incorporated. So there are a lot of things going on. Some of our schools don't actually have like that brick and mortar space, but those services are provided on our campuses every single day. So it's more about just kind of branding it, labeling it, but those services are provided.
Exactly. And I just wanted to make sure it's clear. We started with the wellness team because the infrastructure is not there to have those buildings, and we didn't say stop, but you formulated the team so that the students and the parents can receive the supports. We know what the ideal one looks like, but you put the teams together, so that would come with the funding for additional support to those things. So that's important to clarify, especially with ICU's comments, because we have been talking with them for a number of years, and we didn't even have that at one point in time. But now, we do want to say that it's not just one that existing, is one that's brick and mortar that
Correct.
exists.
And I think if we probably do some marketing around what we have at our campuses, I think that will help to get people to be more understanding of the services that are available.
So we'll definitely need to hear more. And then lastly, to you, Mr. Sullins, I think you all used the thought exchange. Was it the thought exchange where all the input and the information was given, correct, in order to come up with the documentation of what you had? So, again, and I say that because when I'm hearing that there wasn't input, I know I was on a number of those town halls as well. Many of us were on those town halls. And then there was that breakout of the thought exchange that was going on for quite some time to provide this input. And this document wouldn't have existed without that. And again, I think it's important for the community to know that this is going to look different from LCAP. This is not the LCAP formula. This is completely different in what the requirements were, and that's why it looks a little bit different. But I think the last question was asked about the spreadsheet, because of course I would hope you're working with a spreadsheet that you would have input all of that information there. And if that's readily made available, that would be great to show the work. All right, I think those are all of our questions.
But I'm not done yet.
I know, we didn't see thank you yet.
There's one more slide. So just briefly, next steps, we're reconvening the budget subcommittee. Our initial meeting is actually tomorrow from 1 to 3. This is our opportunity to engage our stakeholders to get their feedback on opportunities within our budget to look at reductions, realignments, and opportunities to put our budget in a better place, not only now, but for the long term. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, to Mr. Tillman's question, we are looking at our staffing allocations as we project out for declining enrollment. We need to not only look at what our staffing is this year, but our staffing on an ongoing basis to make sure that our district is right-sized for the number of students that we're serving. And then as Dr. Rogers mentioned, one of the board requests was to include an update in terms of expenditures, and I know it was a board priority to make sure that these one-time dollars were fully expended before the deadline to make sure that we are not leaving any money on the table. So we're going to be providing the board with an update on our one-time expenditures, so they have an update to see how we are tracking in terms of expending those dollars by the deadlines. And then lastly, we will present a more comprehensive first interim budget on December 7th. This is a process that begins October 31st, and Ms. King and her staff works diligently through the month of November to make sure that we are projecting out what our budget is based on the newest assumptions, the newest budget allocations that we've received, so that the board will have an updated picture of where our budget stands. And with that, I thank you all.
Ms. Rosales Medina?
I just wanted to add with regards to the evaluate district-wide staffing, and Mr. Tillman mentioned it earlier in the presentation, we definitely have to get the policy. I know we're meeting this next week, I believe it's next week, Wednesday, with regards to another policy issue, looking at another policy that we're planning to update. But this one is something that we should add also. Maybe it's, if we can't add it to this board next week or this week, then we should add it soon so we can really look at how positions are being hired.
That would be you, Dr. Francisco.
Most definitely, we can take a look at that, Mrs. Rodala. Mrs. Medina, we'll take a look at that and make sure that if you agendize that, we'll bring that back, or we'll set up the policy subcommittee to take a look at that board policy as well.
Just specifically on that one, yes, please, thank you.
Okay, I see the sign. Thank you.
I thank you, board, for your thoughtful inquiry.
Okay. We are now moving to 7.3, updates on COVID teaching and learning. I had a sheet. I don't know what I did with it.
All right, well, good evening, board. We're back for our district update to let you know what's the status on the big top items for the district. So next slide, please. So tonight specifically, we're going to focus, and it's short and sweet, we think. A status update on safe facilities and operations, so you'll get an update on our COVID cases. You had asked us to take a look at our COVID dashboard and see about adding cumulative numbers. So we have we want to show you what that looks like, and we want our community to know how they can find the cumulative numbers. Dr. Funchess will give an update on employee vaccinations. We will hear about the listening and learning tour, and then we're going to round out our teaching and learning with a video tonight. So you'll see just some standing snapshots of our students in action, both in the virtual setting and the classroom. So we're calling that learning in action. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vitir, and he will go over the COVID numbers and the dashboard revisions.
Thank you, Dr. Menards. Good evening, board. It's good to see everybody. So we are still trending, fortunately, we're still trending in the correct direction with COVID. We are still dropping in all of our areas of responsibility within the county, all of our cities. And if you were following the news at all today, you saw that the state of California is the first state in the nation to get into the moderate area. So we know the things that we're doing in the state of California are working. We know the things that we've done in our school district under your leadership since day one of this in March of 2020 are working. You know, we are bracing for a winter curve like we saw last year. So as we start to get into flu season, as we start to get into winter, trying to predict what that may do to us in the sense of COVID, and also having our testing measures up and running has been very beneficial up to this point. So while we're very happy that the numbers are moving in this direction, we're still watching to see what the future is going to hold for us. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Menards mentioned, we have updated the COVID dashboard. And there were two areas that we added some information to, and I apologize. It doesn't appear to be displaying very well on the screen, so I'm hoping you can see it directly in front of you, but I'll describe what it is you're going to be looking for. So as you go to the SBCUSD COVID-19 dashboard, there's going to be various sections that have numbers. So on the left column, you'll see where it says active reported cases in the very top, right above the red box. And you'll notice on there right now the number's 38 in there. So if I were to take my cursor and scroll over that, you're going to get a menu box, a drop-down box that'll show you on there what the cumulative number of cases have been since we started recording this across the district. And that number is going to stay updated. And so that's where the public or yourselves would find that information. On the right side, so this is where you would look at for the school information, and you'll see right above the red box, you'll see a smaller black box. So I hovered the cursor over a school, particular school, and it shows what the current active cases are that are being handled, managed by that school. And it'll also show the cumulative number of cases that have been managed at that particular school since we began recording these numbers. So it shows the full picture of a school, both staff, students, and cumulatively over the entire school district. So that was an update that the board had asked for, and we heard that. And so we went back to our team to ask them to make those corrections. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Rogers. Good evening, board, cabinet, Mr. Irvin. I wanted to give a quick update or overview on where we are with employee vaccination verification and or weekly testing. First, I wanted to thank our board for their continued leadership during this time around safety and taking care of our employees. Also wanted to take the time to thank our cabinet, our staff, our educators out there, our classified staff as well, for their tremendous dedication to this community at this time. And what you're about to hear is just a collaborative effort on the part of human resources. I want to thank our staff as well, the county, and everybody that we've worked with to put this system in place. So it is very important as we put large systems in place where our staff have various feelings about their own personal health, about their own safety, that we, number one, listen, and that we learn from our employees and our stakeholders. So we put together a 4-point process, if you will, to make things very easy, knowing that there's some tension just around vaccinations and testing. And so the first thing that you notice is that we wanted to communicate out to our employees about the vaccination status or about the vaccination requirement that was imposed on school districts on August 11th of this year. And we had until October 15th to make sure that we put that requirement into place. So some of the things that we put into place were sending letters home, emailing out communications, holding office hours like we did last week, continuing the negotiation process with our union partners, and meeting with some of our employees who had some real concerns about being vaccinated. So being very much aware that we had to listen as we put the systems in place as well. And then the second thing that you notice is the vaccination verification process. Working with our county partners, SBCSS, we attached the verification process to our payroll system, and we created a very easy instructional video where you can just go on into the payroll system called BestNet, upload your vaccination verification documents. It's very easy to do, and we sent that out district-wide as well. And we built in supports for those employees who might be technologically or need technological support. They can walk in that information as well. And I'm happy to say that as of today, 10/19, certificated, we show about 76% of our employees on the certificated side showing vaccination status, right? And classified about 56%. I'll just share those numbers, sharing their vaccination status as being vaccinated. So the system that we put in place is working. And then those of our employees who right now just choose not to go the vaccination route, they had a choice to participate in weekly testing. So the system, working with Mr. Vatier and our AM LLC partners, we have weekly testing happening at our school sites for our school staff. And for those non-school site employees, we have the BOE set up, the PDC as well, and taking a look at other areas that we need to expand should we need to. So that has started as of last week and is going relatively well. And then the last thing that I'd like to share, the reasonable accommodations. We know that some of our employees might have medical exemptions or religious objections to vaccinations. And so with that process, through our affirmative action office, they can engage in the interactive process, come in, talk to us about that, provide documentation, and we work with them through that process. And I would like to say this in listening to our employees, one of the choices that came out of that listening was the type of testing that we provide, either the nasal or a choice with the saliva test. That was a big deal. And we got that from listening to our employees. So once again, the listening piece is very important. We'll continue to do that as we continue to move forward with employee vaccination verification and or weekly testing at this time.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Tillman?
What is the deadline for employees?
The state of California imposed October 15th, but as a district, we asked our employees get in the information during the week of October 18th.
And are board members included in that?
You should be.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can go online and turn in our...
I'll send you the information right when I get back to that dais.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
And text it, that would be great too. Or is
Yes.
it something you can text it? No.
We can do that as well.
Can we send you a photo of our vaccination?
If you needed to do that, I would give you who to send that to in affirmative action. All confidential.
Okay, I think that's it.
Good evening, Board. I am just wanting to provide you with a really quick update of some of the numbers of meetings that we have held with Mr. Irvin over the past couple of weeks since we were here last. And then I know Mr. Irvin wants to share a little bit also about what he's encountered at those meetings and heard from our stakeholders to give you an update from his perspective as well. So since we met last time, Mr. Irvin has visited 22 of our school sites and visited and observed in 60 of our classrooms, talking to teachers and site leaders and students while he's at those campuses to hear from them what's important to them on their school sites. We've held 3 additional listening and learning forums, 2 of them with parents and 1 of them with teachers. We have also, he's also been to and participated in meet and greets with another 7 stakeholders or organizations in the community. Some of them were large events or just one-on-one kind of meetings, but it's given him an opportunity to mingle and mix with our community and get to know people. I really want to thank members of the board as well for sharing with us the stakeholders that Mr. Irvin should meet and making those introductions so that we can get those on his schedule. So any of you who have additional meetings that you know that Mr. Irvin should connect with, I'd really love for you to share those with us specifically, and I want to thank those who already have. And with that, I do want to invite Mr. Irvin to share a few words about what he's hearing in some of these encounters and just his perspectives as we prepare to kind of wrap up and move toward the next phase of this of his entry plan.
I just want to share some of the ideas and concerns that have been shared through the listening learning forums, and there's been a couple of clear themes that are emerging. One is from teachers and staff, and teachers continuing to look at our alignment of curriculum and instruction. I know I'm working with Ann and her team and great gains and so on. So we're looking at the curriculum instruction alignment. Communications, I think generally our parents and employees have really expressed appreciation for our communication systems, and many of them were very happy with us moving forward with Parent Square. So I've heard that. Also, COVID, it's very clear through these meetings that people are still anxious about COVID and the safety of our school environment. But again, we're continuing to respond to their concerns and tighten up our protocols, and they're appreciative that at least we're responding when we're getting phone calls and emails. Access to our programs, a lot of them have really expressed that they really want every school to be a good school. They really feel like we can go in that direction. That's one of the things that's over and over, especially those of you who were on the call the other night. The teachers have said they believe that we can get every school to be a good school. And one of the things they talked about is how do we have a strong STEAM program at every school, but how do we have strong literacy and math related programs at every single school? And that's been clear from our teachers and our staff. And as I'm visiting classrooms, I'm hearing that over and over from teachers, is take a look at our curriculum and instruction alignment and how do we make sure our kids have access to programs, especially I know Anna, you're working on that, a lot of universal access. How do we do a lot of things around universal design for learning? So those things are coming up more and more. And there's been a lot of comments about improving, thinking about student achievement, of just really increasing our A through G preparedness. And I know Dr. Escobar and his team is working closely on that. I was at the high schools today as well, and the principals have expressed that, and the counselors have said that they really want us to come with a uniform program, and we're focusing on that. And hopefully when we get on the other side of this listening learning tour, we do have a plan that's going to be put in place, and we're going to address the A through G readiness across the board, but also the A through G indicator. So we think we're going to have a good plan. I did see the other day Dr. Bernard is working with Great Gains in the Ed Services Department. They do have a 4-year template that we're going to have that's going to be uniform across the board. Once we can upload that up into the ARIES program, everyone will have access to that system, parents, students. So we're going to uniform it across the board, and we hope that there's going to be some clarity around A through G. And there's a couple of glitches we saw. For example, I think we only have a 1-year requirement for foreign language, I believe, Dr. Escobar, and we need to have a 2-year if you're going to meet the A through G. So we got to really come forward with that, those type of things that we're finding out. So. And the other thing is a lot of feedback on SEL mental health. It's very clear that not only are adults concerned, but also a lot of our teachers and staff express the mental health of our youth. And I know that we're going to continue to look forward to the social emotional learning, strengthening that. One of the things, when we do come back, we're looking at our short-term goals. One of those emerging themes is around social emotional learning. There'll be 2 to 3 specific priority areas that we focus on. I've already been working with Dr. Rodriguez, and I know she's working with Dr. Benares as they put this together, but we're going to be very clear in that area. The other one is safety. Again, there's still concerns about safety in our schools, especially around bullying in our high schools. That has come up on several occasions. So that is something we're continuing to address. And the biggest thing is from our parents is family and the community engagement. All the parents have talked about how do we increase the number of parents who are actively involved. I mean, again, from the Family Leadership Institute when I was on there the other day, or was it today? Yeah. Was it today? It was today. We talked about there's a correlation between a parent's involvement and their students' academic achievement. And one of the things is, we talked about if we can get a parent face liaison at every single site, and they're out there recruiting, we can increase our parent involvement. So we're talking about that. That's part of the work we're talking about going forward. And, you know, when you talked about, Dr. Flores, about the wellness centers, one of the things we are looking at is how do we put maybe a parent center at every single site, and where a parent can go and get the support they need. So there's something that's in our works as well. But again, it takes time. And again, like Mr. Toombs said, it takes funding. And so we got to be very strategic right now, because right now, with our budget, but we explained to parents that it's something that it's a desired state of excellence, and we may not get there for several years, but that is something on our radar, and we have to keep pushing. But the main thing over and over that we heard is they do want our students to excel academically. That has been over and over again. How do we improve literacy in math and also the A through G requirements for our students? Because, and again, we know, and we don't want to harp on that, we know our rates at the last time we looked at 39%, but we feel that once we put a few systems in place, we can have that 39% higher, much higher than that, much sooner than expected, if we can put some systems and structures in place around the A through G, but also on our literacy and math. If we can bring some alignment to our curricular instructional program, especially around our curricular maps, our scope and sequence, and then understanding of those units of studies, I think we're going to see a huge change in our results across the board. We just got to get some uniformity, continuity, and consistency in our instructional practices. Because the one thing I will tell you from my visits, the instruction in the classroom, and I know Noemi from Great Gains joined me today on those visits. One of the things we saw is the instruction is good. Teachers are doing a really good job of delivering the instruction. Now we have to figure out where's the disconnect between the delivery of the instruction and our results overall in the long term. And I think we know what that is, and a lot of it may be in the alignment of our structural program, curricular program, but the instruction overall is pretty good. And so, and I've probably been in so many classrooms now, and most of the teachers who I'm giving feedback to who are responding have said that if we get that together, they think we'll be at a good place. So, and then hopefully we'll take all that data once we finish the listening learning tour, and we hope by next year, when we do our long-term goals, we'll have a nice plan for 3 years. You know, obviously looking at what we're already currently doing, but how do we embed in some of the stuff that we've learned over the last 3, 4, 5 months and sort of embed them together, because there's a lot of great things that are already happening in the district, but how do we enhance that? And most importantly, how do we accelerate student performance? And I think we'll get there. So again, all we can do is ask everyone to be patient with us, because these are difficult times. There's a lot going on. But the one thing that's always steady, I'm in those classrooms on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I still encourage our board members, community members, anyone who wants to join me on those visits. I always encourage everyone, because again, that is where everything is happening. And I think the 8 to 12, and thank you, Noemi, today, and I appreciate you guys and your team joining me today, because that was fun. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Mr. Irvin, I think it's great that you go to the classrooms. I think it's really great. I encourage you to get teacher focus groups, because it shouldn't be a top-down. It should come from them as well. You know, they know what they need, and I just encourage you to include them. When you say we, I hope that we includes teachers.
Yeah, and that's good feedback. And one of the things is, for example, yesterday, Ginger, I know you're on the line, a lot of the information that we were getting from teachers was some of the things that we're already talking about, how to provide additional support around small group instruction and literacy and math. A large number of the teachers, when I'm visiting classrooms, and I know Noemi, she visited today when we visited like 7 or 8 classrooms, they all talked about how do we get alignment of our curriculum, how do we look at our standards, how do we identify those essential standards and those supporting standards. So this is coming from the teachers in the classroom, and as we're visiting, I have someone with me who takes detailed notes, because we're adding that to the listening learning tour information. So we're taking detailed notes, and we're asking questions if they're available to ask questions. In most cases, if students are working in small group instruction, then we have a chance to engage with the teacher. If not, we sort of just work with the principal.
I encourage you to include teachers that you don't visit, because that's important too. These are just samples.
Right. Well, go ahead, Ginger.
I do want to say that in the listening and learning forums, those are open to all teachers. We've advertised them for all teachers. We've even worked with Ms. Bettis Akala to help get that out, the word out to teachers to have them sign up for the listening and learning forums. Those are real opportunities for them to work in small groups, to come up with priorities, to provide input to Mr. Irvin about what he can specifically do and what we're proud about in the district. And I know Mr. Irvin also does have plans for a teacher advisory as well. So that
So you
is
say
very
you're
aligned
working
with what we're doing.
Mrs. Alcala?
Yes.
Alcala?
Yes.
And so are these forums, are the teachers invited, or you just send out, come?
We've
Or
done
are-
both. So we first started by inviting the site leaders to help us recruit from their schools. And then after I spoke with Ms. Alcala, we sent out invitations generally through the district to invite teachers, and they've been self-registering for those programs. So one forum, we had about 90 teachers on it. I think this week we had maybe 40 or 50 that were on earlier this week.
We have 3,000 teachers.
I understand. but-
Ginger, can I
yeah,
jump in? So like the other day, Ginger, we actually had 78 or 80. So again, we're trying to get the word out to as many teachers as possible. So at each of the forums, they're anywhere between 40 to 80 to 90 to 100. It varies. Then I'm out in classroom as much as possible. So I'm talking to teachers in the classrooms. I'm talking to teachers who are not in the classrooms. So we're doing the best we can to get the information out there. It's unrealistic to say we're going to get input from all 3,000 teachers in this short amount of time. We've offered them to get the feedback as much as possible. So I've opened the doors in every which way. We're doing forums during the day, we're doing forums at night. And again, I put my cell phone out there, my email, so teachers can call me anytime. So there's been as many teachers as we can to these forums. So if you say get to the teachers who are not in the classrooms, most of the teachers who are coming to the forums are the teachers who want it, they're engaged. And those who have not participated, again, we've sent out information on how to reach out to me if they have any questions. So,
I recommend that we build goodwill with our SBTA union and be collaborative and work with their leadership.
Sure.
We are being collaborative with them, and we do work with their leadership. But again, as superintendent, it's a very large district, and I try to work with everyone, but I cannot. You know, everyone who calls me and says I need to meet with you every single day, I don't do that. That's not. I understand. I'm just sharing that we do work with them. Our team meets with them regularly. We meet with them, Dr. Benares and I, every Thursday. Our team meets with them regularly. Marcus, I believe, meets with them, probably talks with them once a day. But again, my role and most of my time is going to be spent in the classroom looking at curriculum and instruction and how to improve teaching and learning in the district and being on the ground. And I understand that a lot of people want to meet with me, but again, I do the best I can to meet with as many people as possible, but.
With all due respect, teachers are teachers, and I taught teachers for 40 years. And teachers are highly knowledgeable, and they know their strengths, and they know what they need. And just responding to Ms. Alcala's comments today about being collaborative, this would be a ideal place to be collaboratively on a scale. So that's all I'm recommending.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Flores. We do have two additional, just so I can use this forum to share, two additional teacher forums that we have coming up. One is on the 28th of this month in the evening, and one is on the 1st of this month, also in the evening. So we do encourage for our teachers to sign up for those and to come participate. But I'd also love to hear additional ideas about how we might engage teachers, and I will reach out to Ms. Alcala. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's up?
I did want to give a quick update, a brief update on the virtual academy. The last time we were here, Mr. Tillman did have some questions around balanced classes, and I did want to let you know those classes are balanced. There might be 3 that still have a few over, but we're taking care of those educators. But no classes with 60 students or anything like that. So
It's good news.
I did want to bring you that information. I also did want to bring our board a little bit of information, working under the leadership of Dr. Rodriguez, working with the Virtual Academy staff. I want to give a quick shout out to Ms. Tony Miller, who's been there serving as our interim principal while we fill the position. I did want to start with an overview of the interest list and how we plan to prioritize that interest list so that we can get those scholars over. And so, as you know, the Virtual Academy staff or leadership has been working with our school sites to verify the interest list and confirm that the scholars still want to move over, the parents still want their scholars to move over. And we ascertained that at the elementary level, as you can see there are about 600 scholars still interested in moving over to the Virtual Academy. And there were middle school around 200 and high school around 300. That's what the numbers broke down. That's how we prioritize the numbers. And so with our elementary scholars, it's been our decision to prioritize them first, just because they're young and we want to get them over to the Virtual Academy and then go into the middle and high schools. So this is our plan to do that in a timely fashion. So if you look at the bottom box on October 12th, what we did in HR and working with our school sites, we identified 22 guest educators that are hire ready, meaning those who are either in a credential program or fully credentialed but just didn't get hired on as educators. So those 22, as of right now, are being provided with professional development and training around taking a class virtually, meaning the technology components, the resources that you need to be an effective educator. That's being done through human resources, ed services, employee development, and HR to get them ready to take the class. And then later on this week, October 22nd, which is Friday, we'd begin to transition or open those classes up for those 600 elementary students, which will take several days to go ahead and transfer them over. That's our plan right now, to get all of the elementary scholars over by next week, so then we can begin to work on the middle and high school as we prioritize the Virtual Academy. We feel like that's the best way to do it, and we've been successful so far with this plan, and then we'll continue to bring back the information for secondary level as well as we hire single subject teachers and as we prioritize the secondary level.
Right. There are no questions, so thank you so much for your presentation.
All right, board. So before we show the learning in action, I want to end on a very positive note, getting to watch our scholars in action with our educators. We recognize this has been a very challenging time for all of us, right? Whether that's our staff at our schools, the district office staff, you as board members. This is probably the most challenging time for anybody in a public seat in any way. And so, we spent some time last Friday. We went down to one of our high schools and spent some time talking with some of the teachers there, and realized how much we really just need to be around each other. The miscommunication keeps happening because we're not with each other. And when we're in meetings, they're virtual meetings. And so the more we can communicate and engage with each other, that human connection starts to come back. That was very evident last Friday when we spent about an hour and a half at one of our high schools. So as a cabinet, we plan on going out to our, well, not physically going out because none of our schools are holding physical staff meetings. But between the month of November and December, we are going to be sure that we get out to our schools and let our staff know that we recognize that this is just not the same educational system that we left back in March 2020, and let them know that although we can't change things, we are where we are. We're not what's the word I want to use? We are compassionate and understand everything that everybody is going through, because we're all going through it, right? This is just not what we all signed up for. So want to close with that, but most importantly, show a video of our scholars. Now, these will be still pictures of what's been going on since school started, and remember, you'll see some images of the Virtual Academy in practice as well.
Thank you all for a great presentation. All right, we're now moving to 8.0 reports and comments.
I did have a comment.
Oh, Dr. White. Oh, okay. Sorry about
Thank you
that.
so much for the presentation. The video was really nice. It gives us a little look into what we don't really get to see all the time. So I do appreciate the video. I was going to clarify though with regarding one of the pictures. I know in the beginning of the school year we had a protocol where the students were not allowed to sit on the carpet, and yet there was a picture, and I don't know if communications was they added into it. There's a couple of students that are sitting on the carpet. So is that a protocol now? So can you update us that? Because I know in the beginning we were making sure none of the students were sitting on the carpet because of potential risks to the COVID. So if you can explain.
Absolutely. That picture caught my eye, and I looked at it again, and then I reminded myself. So the protocol is not to have the full class on the carpet, because when it's the full class, they are shoulder to shoulder. That picture, there was actually squares between the students, so it had enough space that they could be on the carpet.
All right, thank you for clarifying, because I know that was an issue in the beginning, so thank you for clarifying.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you for asking that questions, because others may have
I'm
wondered
sure
the same
audiences
thing.
are gonna note that too as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that is it. Thank you. All right, 8.0 reports and comments. We're at 8.1 board members, and we will start with you, Ms. Sabalas.
I really don't have any board comments at this time, so I'm just gonna skip.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you. I have 3 comments. One of the things I hope we can do is, I was concerned with SBTA talking about the non-collaboration, and it would be good if we could do a board workshop with SBTA, the cabinet, and the board, because we hear a lot about lack of collaboration, but if we could just dig more into the weeds as to what is it that the collaboration is not taking place. I think that would be good if we could all meet together and get that information. My second one, I appreciate Assembly Member Jose Medina getting the ethnic curriculum through. I know we have a program here. I know the teachers aren't using the textbook, and I understand why, because I read the first 3 pages and I didn't understand it either. But if we could get a copy, nothing that we need immediate, but if we could all get a copy of the ethnic curriculum, just to see what that looks like. And the last thing I just want to say, and just remind my fellow board members, when Terry presented us with the board protocols, I think the first thing in there was, let's treat each other with dignity, and I just hope we can remember that. We just gotta be better and do better, because we are better. Thank you.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and I think Dr. Hill must have been looking at my notes a little bit here, so. I know, I'm playing with Dr. Hill. Just a couple things. Just want to thank our special education department for their virtual fair that they put on recently. That was really just absolutely amazing how many different presenters they had come and present to our students and families and staff. So great job there. Of course, part of that was our Golden Bell winning program for our transition program, and great job again there. Just real quick, to stop by at the DAC meeting as well, District Advisory Committee meeting. I want to thank the parents and staff for that. I want to say I attended it, the CSBA training board member during challenging times, but it was a partial attendance because I think that was the next night after our very short board meeting that went into the next day. And I think myself and Mr. Biles were kind of texting each other back. We both fell asleep during the training. So I got to be, honest and tell the truth on Tuesday. It's Tell the Truth Tuesday. So I'm going to have to review that PowerPoint presentation and that training. But, the only reason why I bring that up is because, that training was on board members during challenging times. And, boy, these are challenging times that we're in right now. And I think we all know it's taking a heavy toll on all of us. And we all react differently. But I also think this is a time when each of us can rise above those challenging times that we're experiencing, and we need to be the model of civility and order. So I'm hopeful we can demonstrate that highest level of respect to one another and our community, especially our fellow cabinet members and our superintendent, especially when they're presenting. I think it's important that, respect them when they're presenting and treat them as professionals as they are. I know we're a beacon of hope for our city. I know that's what we've been known for, and that's my hope for each and every one of us, that we continue to be that beacon of hope together, because we all say this many times over, we're better together, and we need to continue to make hope happen for our families and our city. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you. I have 3 comments. I guess this goes to Dr. Funches, or I don't know, Mr. Sullins, I'm not quite sure. But I'd like to know how many vacancies we have in classified positions, and how many are janitors, how many are people that, we need to clean our schools. I want to know how many certificated vacancies are open, and how many management positions are vacant, and the costs of each, and then the total. How much, so that I guess means you, both of you. So then I got a email from an anonymous teacher on COVID protocols and continuation schools. Hi, Dr. Flores. I'm a continuation high school teacher speaking on behalf of friends at Sierra and San Andreas. I have been in communication with friends at both campuses, and we are in the same boat. There is a lack of cleaning and safety precautions at both campuses. A couple of board meetings ago, you mentioned about how cleaning was being done and carried out on campuses during COVID. You mentioned desks are being cleaned, desks are not being cleaned, especially after a positive case. That has never happened at my site. We have had dozens of cases in total. I laughed at your comment because I am the one cleaning my desk, and the amount of dirt on the desk can be seen in the photos after my room is used for 8 periods. My desks are brown by the end of the day. Rooms are cleaned on Tuesday and Thursday for me. I'm attaching a photo of a recent Friday morning after I wiped down my desk after the custodian supposedly cleaned my desk on Thursday night. The wipes I use are clearly brown, not white. At both continuation sites, there are 2 sessions. The AM teacher may be notified of a positive case in their class, and the PM teacher who uses the room the next period is not. We alternate where a teacher teaches 1-2 periods in a room, then the teacher in the other session comes in. Not once have we ever had to wait outside while a room is was sanitized. Not once has a room been cleaned during a passing period or immediately after an active case. The custodian cleans at the end of the day if they do. At the last board meeting, you referenced the COVID survey the district gave. I feel many teachers probably didn't reply because we were asked for our emails as we filled it out and feared retribution. I am writing because I'm scared. I'm scared for my students, myself, my husband, my extended family. My elderly parents don't want to see me out of fear I may bring the virus to them if I visit. So I haven't seen them since before school began in July. They view the COVID dashboard and they see how many cases there are at my site and tell me we can see each other a few days before I return from Christmas break. Thanks for being concerned about teacher safety. If that's the case, I get lots of other emails and lots of other texts, and I don't know, I know we don't have enough custodians. I'm not blaming them, but maybe we should look at solutions where teachers who want to clean their classrooms can be paid extra hour if they choose to do that. I don't know, I'm just talking, imagining, because they do have to say, and it's common, it's not just 1 or 2 people, it's a lot, and they will not tell me their names because they fear retaliation and retribution. So I think we have to do something about it, you guys. We're the board. We have to, it's not safe. We can't pretend that it's safe, and this is real. The last thing I want to share is I just got this book by Jim Cummins. Mrs. Applegate, you might want to look at it. It's called Rethinking the Education of Multilingual Learners. It's really good. It's very comprehensive. And, you know me, I'm always reading and keeping up to date on research. And then the other thing I want to share is this handbook on Latinos in Education, Theory, Research, and Practice, second edition, edited, senior editor or editor-in-chief is Dr. Enrique Murillo, Jr. from Cal State, second edition. And my husband, Dr. Diaz, and I have a chapter in here. And it's called How Teachers Unknowingly Organize Failure for Children of Color by Creating Zones of Negative Development. There's other articles on teaching and learning, other chapters. And the one that really caught my eye was Cultivating Pedagogical Clarity, Dual Language Bilingual Education Teachers Changing Views of Literacy Practices as Influenced by Critical Dialogue. And I think that would be a really good article to read as we move into literacy and biliteracy in our district, developmental literacy, where teachers engage in, looking at their views of literacy practices and so forth. So, thank you.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, I wanted to say, first of all, thank you for the updated report for the board with regards to the Welcoming Resource Center. There's two things I want with that. One, since it was approved back in March the 5th, 2019, I do have some recommendations, so I would like for it to be agendized so we can have a conversation with regards to the facility. I would recommend that we flip both the police, the school police, as well as the Welcoming Resource Center and flip it in the other direction. So I would like to have a board agenda on that item. And then with regards to the naming, I would like to put out there also in an agenda item in really talking about the renaming of the Welcoming Resource Center. I know it's, that's just a temporary name most likely. I want to consider Francis Grice, who has been a civil rights leader within this region and has also worked with education in pushing for students being able to attend schools in areas that weren't allowed to. So that's two items that I would like to have. One is naming the Welcoming Resource Center after Francis Grice, and then the other one is revisiting the facilities master plan that was approved back in March. And then another piece is just making sure when an individual, I think when we look at board members as well as community, feeling treated with respect and dignity, I think that's very important. But it's also making sure that we also have a voice. And the more you shut down a voice, the more they're going to be vocal. So I just want to make sure that as we work together in unity, that we look at treating each other with respect and dignity. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman.
I know in the past when we've had discussions, we've said if a group comes down on an item, they get 30 minutes. At the last board meeting, we didn't do that, so I think we should suspend that for 6 months or a year, just to be fair. I don't feel comfortable telling people to come down in the future that they only get to speak for 30 minutes. And last meeting, we had people speak for, yeah. So, and it's the concern I have with the whole protocol thing. To me, protocol is common sense. We know what we're supposed to do and not do. and sitting at a table and having somebody come down from up north and tell you how to act, it doesn't work. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. And so I think we should all try to do a reset as a board and as a cabinet together and try to proceed in a way that we respect each other and try to move together in a positive way. The majority of the board has spoken, so we need to work with the personnel that we have, but then the board itself needs to find a way just to be more open and honest with each other. The discussion today about whether or not you can call Mr. Sullivan for clarification on the budget item used to be something that wasn't even thought of. You made the phone call, you say, what does this mean on this page, and you get the answer. This whole thing about, you can't talk to somebody is the worst thing you can do if you really want to move forward in a positive way. So I just said, number one, on the item for the 30-minute, I mean that sincerely, I wouldn't feel comfortable telling other groups you only have 30 minutes because we've broken that practice. So I think we should, at least for 6 months or a year, the board decide, say that we're going to not have that limitation because I think we put ourselves in a bad predicament trying to enforce something like that because it wouldn't be fair. And then on moving forward, if we're going to meet and talk about protocol, I would suggest that we don't have nobody come in. I don't need Terry or the other guy to come in and say, hey, here's the things you need to do. That's not what this board needs. There are ways that we can meet and have an open discussion about items that we're concerned about ourselves. And we don't need anybody to facilitate it. The key is having the board there, we can even do it at the meeting, list the priorities of what we think are our top concerns, discuss them openly, honestly, and with the goal being we want to get to a place where we operate better together because in the end, that's going to benefit the students of our district. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll start my comments, but I also just wanted to get clarity, I guess. The groups, we didn't change on the 30 minutes. It was if individuals speak, they have up to 5 minutes unless they identify themselves as a group. And I know a few board meetings ago, there was a question about whether someone was a group or not, and they weren't. So they were all given the 5 minutes.
Clarification, Madam President. A perfect example.
Are you talking about
the perfect example? The perfect example at last meeting would have been there is an agendized item for a closed session. Because it's the item, the total group gets 30 minutes to speak. And based on whoever comes in first, they get 30 minutes.
You're identifying a group as a group of people, not a group that's specifically that came together.
Exactly. It's
Well, I didn't, because I don't understand that policy to be that way, but if it
we've always done it.
No, we've always referred to as groups, as a group of individuals, I thought.
No.
It actually
So is it
says
a
6 or
group?
more people who wish to speak on one topic.
Exactly.
6 or more people. I'm just reading it right from here.
But the 6 or
Yeah.
more meaning.
It's 6 or
Anybody
more
that walks
people
in
who
the
want to
door?
speak on one topic.
Make my point. It's 6
No,
or
that's
more
what I'm
It
people.
doesn't
saying.
have to be a group. It doesn't say that. It says 6 or more people.
Right.
And that would be
Just for
clarification.
clarification.
I don't know if we ever, I never understood it that way, so I don't know. But we just do need clarification, because if we've said it to groups when they speak, like, we've had groups with like 20 people, and we said, you guys get 30 minutes. So we can just get clarification on that. And then the other thing was, I did send out, and even from the board, we talked about, we know that we have the protocols that's coming up on the next upcoming meeting. And we did bring in cabinet before at one of our retreats, as Dr. Hill is requesting. And so we just couldn't get that all together. And so we started out with our norms and agreed to move forward with CSBA's support. And then the protocols is coming up again. And so and then I sent out a request for the retreat for facilitator input. And so those things went out, but I will say, I guess I'll go to the statement of not working together. If we could do it together, we would be doing it right now. And we talked about having a third party come in so that we can engage in a little more diplomatic way. And I'm challenged with just hearing it about the not working together and not being collaborative and all of these things. And that is truly the goal. We should be working together, but we disrespect on a regular basis. We do things that have gotten us here. And now we need to be responsible to either say, we're going to move from this place or we're going to become that board, which is what individuals are referring to. And if we remain professional and respect each other, I think we could move forward. But right now, as we talked about going over protocols, I think protocols are good. I don't, if we don't have anything set in stone or in place, or at least a guideline, then we're all over the place, which is what has happened, in my opinion, is that things that others know, that others know, and if we weren't here, we didn't know it. We're trying to remember it. It's the same thing with our superintendent. Protocols that were in place with the previous leadership, you just don't know what you don't know. And when you do know it, then we can all get on one page. We asked Mr. Sullins for things that other CBOs did, and until we can get people up to speed and on one page, then we can kind of move forward. But, you know, it's just not feeling that way right now. And you know, again, I'm entitled to my opinion as well. But I do agree, we do need to try to work together and not look for gotcha moments and who, you know, it's just that part is not working. And at least that's the tension that's being felt. And I don't feel that anybody should ever feel they need to be on the defense. But again, the statement, and I really didn't want to go back into this, but it keeps coming up about who's saying not to speak. It was an agenda item that all of us were going to get. If we want to say, call whomever, that's fine. But what we did run into a problem is there's often times that we all don't know the same information. And so we're off. Some know and others don't. And so I would like to see continuity around that. I would also like to see us have a board workshop where we can sit down and we can have conversation and engage and hear each other. But even on this board, we begin to speak, others get on their phone, they text, they don't listen to what each other are saying. And then there's things that was said, that was heard, and we'll have another meeting, and somehow it was missed, just like tonight. We did talk about the bonds, but then it was as though we hadn't talked about the bonds. So somewhere we're just not on the same page or hearing or being consistent. And lastly, you know, all of the things as far as the liaison and our past protocols, we said that a couple times, either we have them or we don't have them. Whatever the case may be, let's just be consistent about it. That's my biggest thing, is being consistent and being one board. One board of 7 individuals would be helpful to the public, to our teachers, to our unions, to everyone. We're here on behalf of an entire district. And having said that, we have one employee that we communicate to, and not the entire district of direction, of giving direction. We don't know all the ins and outs of whatever is going on throughout this district. This is a big district, and a lot is going on. But there needs to be consistency. And what I'm hearing is, of course, there's a lot of things that are disjointed, but we are leading this district. So we must take responsibility as well to try to get it back in place. I do not put the blame on others, and I will continue to say we, the board, to anyone and to the community. The day I don't say we're a board, that's not a good thing. So working together and being one board. Having said that, I had a great time visiting, as always, the various meetings. I went to the DAC meeting. I went to the African American Task Force meeting, spent 2 days with FLI yesterday and again today. Congratulations to our chief, who did a great job at the Gangs and Drugs Task Force Summit. We appreciate your representation there. And then I was also invited to the PAL Center's. They had a game, and anytime something is at San Bernardino High School, I'm always going to try to be there and support where I can. Had a great game there. My husband and I went and dedicated half of our weekend day to go there, and they won 48-0. So I shout out to them. They said we brought them a little good luck, but that was good. And those are the things we spoke about, even in our information to the community. We got to get back to the positive things. So much negative is happening. Every other day we're hearing about a loss or someone dying. Just terrible. But we have to get back to positive living, positive thinking, and positive speaking. Thank you so much. We are now at 9.2, Superintendent and staff.
Just a quick update. Golden Bell, as you heard today, we have 2 Golden Bell Awards going to be presented in December at the CSBA conference, Beyond Pathways, and then obviously Dr. Funches and his team HR onboarding program. So that's exciting. Also, I did attend the FLI Institute this week. There were parents by more than 30 of our schools joined online, and that went very well. So I had a pleasure being able to speak there. Also, I'm part of the Urban Educational Dialogue Group, which are some almost 15 or 20 of the large district superintendents. And at our previous meeting last week, it was very clear that many of the districts, urban districts, are facing enrollment shortages. They all are struggling with their budgets. But again, we had a conversation about how do we continue to lobby for hold harmless. And you're right, Mr. Tillman, we don't know if it's coming or not, but we're going to try to lobby, and we already have our legislative analysts that we work with, capital advisors on it, and we'll be pushing that. I know Harold's been reaching out. We may have to go up there and bang on a few doors, but we're going to have to try to go for hold harmless one more time. And so that's going to be our push. And then I'll also, as you know, I'm on the FICMAT board of directors, so I'll be there tomorrow morning. I'll be leaving at 5 in the morning, and then I'll be back in the evening. So that's it.
All right, we're now at action items 9.0, 9.1, approval of the personnel report number 8, dated October 19th, 2021, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
Moved.
All right, it's been moved and second. Is there any discussion?
This is regarding the personnel report. Yes, I do. I have just on a few of the items. I don't know if you could, if for those that want to look at it, there's a few areas that shows, and maybe I could just quickly verify. With regards to, like, for instance, a great example is substitute clerk. It could be other positions. There's some items there that shows what site they'll be at, and then there's items there that doesn't show a site. So I know that it's been a practice, but I would like to find out if they're not designated for a specific site, can there be language there that it's more like they're roaming or some other kind of language that can be added again within, and these are for new positions that we have. Let me pull it up really quickly to clarify. And so I think it was page 35 on the report. I took a screenshot of it just so I can make sure so it was page 35. And a few of them have, like, for instance, let's just use a project, let's see here. I know there's a student intern, there's a substitute clerk 1. It doesn't really specify location, while other positions do specify locations. And this is just to make sure, and I think from what I'm hearing, and this could be just rumors, right? We're creating positions, we're hiring people, and we haven't even approved it yet. So I guess this is just for me personally, so that way I can see, and I don't know where that position's going. Maybe it's going somewhere else that I don't know. So it's just more of a precautionary of making sure that no one's trying to do something sneaky and trying to create a position, hire a position, and it hasn't gone through the board, or it's kind of hitting within. All of a sudden we approved it, and not realizing this was not the intention.
We'll look at the language there, Mrs. Medina, in terms of the substitutes because they work in different places. And we'll talk about, or we'll bring back just some information on, the initial placement of substitutes and if there's any language that we can put there to make sure that it's all transparent and clarified.
Right, and that goes with, and I'm glad that other positions also have the locations they're going to be in. I just want to make sure when I'm reviewing this that, like I said, I don't know if it's true or not. There was a rumor going around that there was a position created for a certain office, and we hadn't approved it. Like I said, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't want to kind of like, is this the one? Is this not the one? Within the report. Does that make sense? That
Does
way I
make
kind
sense.
of know.
What you're asking for does make sense in terms of clarity.
Yes, please, thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll go ahead and vote. All right, we're at 9.2, 2021-2024 ESSER 3 Expenditure Plan and Adoption, Education Services.
Moved.
It's been moved. All right, it's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? If not, okay, Dr. Flores.
With the caveat that we can amend it, correct? Is that?
Yeah, I think
okay.
that's what Superintendent
Okay.
Irvin, you said.
Okay, thank you. That's
So we'll
all I
move
wanted to
forward
add.
with this one, and I believe that the time frame is kind of short for a board workshop. But I can always send it out if we think we want to do it by next Tuesday.
Madam President, I just wanted to clarify, that's what I heard.
No, I was asking
Yeah,
too, because that's the
yeah.
question I was going to
I'm
send
not
you guys
asking
out.
for a workshop.
No.
I'm just saying that for now.
That was that was my discussion part.
Oh, okay.
I'm discussing it to let you know now, because I was going to send that out, but, it'll be up to the board to decide further. If there's no other, did you want to weigh in too?
Yeah, so I would still like to hold that workshop again, because it's not going to be, I know we're approving it and we can always amend it, but it's going to be for the next, as Dr. Wyatt said, for the next 2 years. And so I still want to make sure that I'm well-versed in it to then be able to participate in whatever amendments, we're going to do to
And
it.
are you saying before what's my date, the 29th, I think it is? Before the 29th, or you're saying upcoming?
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be right away. Just,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make sure. All right. If there's no further discussion, then we'll go ahead and vote. All right, motion carried. And we are at 9.3, Measure T and Measure N Bonds Citizen Oversight Committee membership.
Moved.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion? I think they're adding a person. All right, we'll go ahead and take the vote.
Margaret Hill, aye.
Come up, mine just came up, it's coming up now. All right, motion carried. 9.4, ratification of the adoption of Title III budget plan for the Multilingual Programs Department, Education Services.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Did you get? It was Dr. Wyatt, then Dr. Flores. And if there is no discussion, we can go ahead and vote. All right, motion carried. Thank you. 10.0, consent items.
Moved.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Are there any items to pull?
Point 10.42.
We have 10.42. Dr. Wyatt,
10.32.
10.32. All right. We go ahead and take the vote on the, all right. 4-2 and 3-2. No, she has to pull them out. All right, thank you. Motion carried. Now we're at 10.32, ratification of amendment number 1 to the agreement with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, no cost, student services.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, I'll be abstaining. It is a ratification of an amendment. However, I abstained last time as well.
Absolutely. Okay. All right, no other discussion. We'll vote. All right, motion carried. 10.42, ratification of agreement with YMCA of the East Valley for after-school program.
Yes, I'd like to pull this item. The only reason why is for me personally, I was an agenda review that made, that there was some concern with some of the financial concerns of how they were charging for students not attending, so that we were basically covering students that were not attending the program. So I want to, before I approve or not approve, I would like to get more information on all the stats, how many students they've had in previous. So I would like to table this until we have further information.
Are you making a motion to table it or to pull it? Which is it? Dr. Hill?
I motion to table it.
Second it.
All right, and we still have Dr. Hill in the discussion. Go ahead. Go
A
ahead.
discussion with the YMCA. They're the biggest providers in this city. I think they do the CAPS program at about 33 of our schools, at least 33 of our schools. And if we do that, we're talking about 33 schools without CAP services.
It's just my concern that it was mentioned at the board agenda review that there was some concerns of them charging for students that weren't attending. So I would like to have more clarification on that.
They charge, if I could, I'm just going to say this. They charge for a membership to the Y. They do not charge for the kids in CAPS.
So it's for each student, but I just want to make sure the counts. Like I said, it probably all is perfectly fine. Since I had a doubt, I do want to get more documentation just to verify. And you're right, it may be just that, but I just want to make sure that it's true what you're saying.
Okay, there's a,
No, well, because it was mentioned that it wasn't, so.
but we're talking about a discussion that wasn't in
was-
agenda
it-
review?
In a
It
board
was-
agenda
It was an
review.
agenda review.
Right, but this wasn't the company that we were talking
So
about.
we talked about YMCA.
I
It was
was-
mentioned YMCA was.
No, we did not talk about the YMCA.
It was an agenda review during, I mean, I was there.
Right, but
So-
Dr., right, I mean, Dr., so, no, during open session?
No, it's not, no, it wasn't closed during session.
Yeah,
It was-
Dr.
it
Hill,
was-
you were there. I don't remember us talking about the YMCA. Dr. Menars, were you there then? I don't remember us talking about it. It
No,
was another provider that
Myra
we clarified.
Ceballos was there as well as Dr. Hill.
Right, but that wasn't the group we talked about. The company that we talked about, we've already resolved that matter.
But it was mentioned, that's what I'm saying, it was mentioned.
It was another provider.
It was
The other
another
provider.
provider, but it wasn't the YMCA.
It was not the YMCA. The other provider that we talked about, that issue was already resolved with them. We reached out to that provider, and I don't want to mention the provider's
Well,
name because
I
they're
heard- okay, so then like I said, you know, if nobody wants to vote, I heard what I heard, but I could have, I mean, it might have been something else, but regardless, I do want to have more clarity on that item, only because I've heard that, well, just wanted it, before I vote on anything, that I get more information on that one.
Okay, so there's a discussion on her second. Oh, Mr. Tillman, I'm sorry. Mr. Tillman, go ahead.
So how many people is the Y servicing right now? How
So the
many
Y,
school-
the
how
Y
many-
is servicing 39 schools.
And
It's our
72
biggest provider,
And they're doing before school and after school?
both. So they provide, you know, it depends on, you know, which campus. But they
This
do,
contract is for the payment?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
This
that.
contract is for the payment of those students they're servicing right now?
Yes, this is a ratification of services that they have been providing. Remember how we did like the first 3 months and, you know.
Don't remind me. But, so I do think it's important that we approve it. I understand Ms. Abigail's concerns. I just think that it'd be important to make sure that we do, and then we can definitely follow up to make sure that they're charging us back for the number of students they're supposed to be providing the services for. But I definitely think we have to be a priority to approve this contract. Thank you.
We can provide, like we do audits with them. We actually have gone through an audit with Great Gains, and we can provide documentation with sign-in sheets as well as payroll for any of the providers. We'd be happy to provide that for you.
Dr. Flores?
Ms. Medina, the YMCA has been with us for a long, long time, and they are, you know, the majority of our schools. And I remember asking that same question a long time ago also, and they're pretty good. They're pretty good in terms of documenting and providing services. Because I've been at schools where CAPS, you know, after school, and they're pretty reliable. So I don't know if it was, I remember one time I was in agenda review and we did discuss another provider that had counted kids and they weren't, I mean, they didn't have that many kids.
We resolved that matter.
Right. And I don't remember who it was and I don't want to remember, but I remember we did have that issue. So, but they come to us every year, YMCA.
Well, all I know is that I heard it, that it was mentioned, the YMCA specifically, and as well as the other organization. And so when they mentioned that YMCA, it just, when I seen this amount, just made me trigger that, you know what, it was mentioned that YMCA had either sent in a bill or had been charging for students that they didn't provide services for. So that's why I can't approve something that I don't know full extent on all the information on that one. And since it's a ratification, I just need to make sure, that's all. And for those that want to support it, that's fine. But I'm just putting it out there that I know for a fact that I did hear an issue with YMCA.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. And I just wanted to go over, you know, when you look at the contract agreement, you know, it does have a written change on it on page 6. Because if you look at the staff analysis and the review of the item, page 6 has handwritten from 4,929 students versus 7,260 students. So I just want to make sure that the number we're presenting is accurate, because in the contract agreement, and then it's cost out, and then of course it's initialed by, can't tell who that is, initials, because it's like my writing. But it does state that there's a lesser number there, kind of in agreement with what you're saying,
Right.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
It's like they cross it out, so for those in the
I don't know if you
audience,
saw
there's
that,
a
if
line.
that's why you're bringing that
It's
up.
handwritten, crossed out with the number and given a smaller
Yeah.
amount of number in order to
Yeah.
reference less
So
students.
I just want to make sure, in agreement with what Ms. Rosales Medina is saying, that the number presented in our staff analysis and what we're saying is accurate. Because it says 7260 on the staff analysis, but on there it says like 4920. So
That
I don't
was
know if
in-
that matters.
No, that
or
was
not.
an error. So if you go into page 8, it was a typo. If you look at page
Okay.
8, it was 4957, but then they added incorrectly, so it's 4929. So that is a number, that's the target number of student attendance for the various sites. And if you go to page 8, or I'm sorry, 7 and 8, you're going to see all the school sites, whether it's a sunrise or after-school program, and their target group of students that they service. But I'm being told that the 7,000 number, 7,260, was in error. It could have been retyped, but because of the time frame, we wanted to make sure that it came to the board meeting tonight. And so that's why it was initialed.
Is the accurate number, Dr. Reeves, 4929? Is that the accurate
49,
number?
yeah, that's the number, 4929.
And would that represent a different figure in the budget, or what we're paying
No,
them?
the number 7,260 was a typo. It's incorrect.
Oh, okay. So, and again, just for clarification purposes, because it's been brought up, that if the 7260 is a typo, the cost for total services not to exceed $4,455,407.40 for 8 months, should that be a lesser number, or is that an accurate number?
I believe that is an accurate number. There was an old contract that they amended, and that's why that 7,000 was there. So it was just an error. Everything else should have been corrected. 49.
And I don't know if that satisfies Ms. Rosales Medina, but I'm glad that we did clarify some of that. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Esquivel. No, if you,
No.
okay.
How about now? Okay. So I just wanted to echo the sentiment. In our previous conversation regarding contractors, we made it very clear that we are to continue based on the current pay scale, but to include accountability reconciliation language. And so the contracts that you are approving today makes that very clear for every contractor, but ensures that they are able to receive the compensation based on the services that are outlined here. Additionally, we have our program evaluators, Great Gains, that are working with every program evaluators. They have started their program review this week and will go all the way through April. They are working with the largest providers, includes YMCA, COICD, PLI, YAP, Ecclesia, and ACOMA. And they have developed an oversight checklist to ensure that there is equity across every program. And that, of course, is going to support, any findings. But the key is that the staff will work with every provider this year so that as we think about moving into next year, we could have rectified and identified any concerns along the way.
Right, and I just want to make sure we're not gifting. Remember, we're using taxpayers' dollars, and we want to make sure that we're not gifting money away. So, all right.
So, Ms. Rosales Medina, you do have a motion on the floor that is been seconded.
I don't know if, and I'm fine if, Dr. Hill, you want to remove the motion, that's
So
the
you're
second.
going to
So-
go ahead and take back the motion?
Oh, no,
on
I'm
the-
still voting no, and I'm still, but it depends on how everybody else
So
feels.
I
mean,
know,
We'll just go through the
but your
process.
vote, your motion is on the floor, so I can't move until we
Well, then
Have to vote
then
on
you
that
just
first.
move- Then you just move on to voting however you want to
I
vote.
seconded so we could
I
discuss
know,
it.
right,
Yeah.
so it's on the floor. It's
Right, for a
second.
vote,
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
it is.
No, you mean the motion that I
The second
seconded?
one, yeah, what she.
The motion was to table it,
She was to
correct?
table it.
Oh, yeah,
That's what she
okay.
I wanted it to table
Okay,
it, just so I
okay.
can get
So
more.
now we have to vote for that,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, well,
We're at, so, yeah. Do you have that captured?
Make sure I understand. So we're going to do two different votes, one to table it and then one to approve it?
Well, we'll see what happened on the table.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to see
I
on the
can't
first
do the tabling through board docs, so you guys are just going to have to do verbal for me
Okay.
on that, okay?
All right, so this is on to table it. Ms. Ceballos?
Nay.
Dr. Hill? Dr. Wyatt?
Nay.
Dr. Flores? Ms. Rosales Medina?
Aye.
Okay, and nay. So that motion dies, and now is back. So, 10.42, ratification of the agreement with YMCA. For the,
Move.
Moved in second already.
we went back to the second one. You're right, from the previous one. So now we need to vote on that one. Karen, you have that one in there this time? Okay. Nope, it's not there yet. Okay. All right, let's vote. Yes. Yeah. All right, motion carried. Thank you. 11.0, review of board requests. 11.1, staff. Oh, I did not see.
Before we go on,
Yes.
I think we have to amend our staff analysis because the numbers are wrong.
Which-
On 1042.
Oh, are you saying, yes,
In
I
our
agree with you.
agenda.
I agree with you.
Yeah, we have to
And she's
amend it.
referring to the numbers that was in there
Right.
that you spoke about to make the analysis.
That's the
also.
4929.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct that number. With those correct, yes.
Just FYI.
Yes. Thank you.
Ms. Ontiveros, are you up?
I
now?
am still awake, yes.
Okay, we're going to
So-
make it before tomorrow, I promise.
Yes, I'm on it. Thank you, President Rogers. Okay, so there were several requests tonight. The first one came from Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, who asked that we would provide the board a copy of the bond questionnaire. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina also asked if we would provide more information about the taxation of property owners for a bond, specifically commercial versus residential. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would add the bond to a future agenda to allow the board to provide guidance on whether to move forward or not. There were several questions then about the ESSER expenditures and ESSER plans, and so Dr. Barbara Flores asked to see the ESSER 2 expenditures. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina would like to see details about how each line item was defined, or how did you come up with each number in the plan. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked if we would hold a workshop in order to help understand the details of those plans, and Dr. Scott Wyatt asked if we could confirm that we could amend the plan. I think that might have been answered, but Dr. Barbara Flores then asked if we would provide a list of the wellness centers, safe spaces, or calming centers at our schools district-wide, and then to include information about how they may be funded or staffed. Mr. Danny Tillman asked about having the board agendize a conversation about protocols for contacting staff for information. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked about developing a policy about how positions are hired. Dr. Barbara Flores asked to collaborate with SBTA for the teacher, especially for the teacher or educator listening and learning forums. Dr. Margaret Hill asked about a board workshop to understand collaboration between SBTA, the board, and cabinet. Dr. Margaret Hill asked that we would share a copy of the ethnic studies curriculum. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for the number of vacancies in classified positions, especially custodial, certificated, and management positions, and then the cost of each. Dr. Barbara Flores shared a book with our staff to read. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would come up with some additional creative solutions for the custodial staff shortage. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would consider renaming the Welcoming Resource Center in honor of Francis Grice, and that we would agendize the facilities plan about the Welcome Resource Center and the police facility. And then Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would modify the personnel report in order to indicate the status of employees that were shown without a location. And lastly, you asked that we would bring some additional clarity back on the YMCA contract, specifically maybe the Great Gains Evaluation Report was suggested. That was all the reports I captured.
Thank you, Ms. Ontiveros. And there, I don't know if you'll be able to capture back in the notes, because I know when we started the Welcome Center, we did we had individuals come, and then we talked about the naming of that building. So it should be in the notes. I know there was a little group that came for it, but we did request for Francis Grice, and then there was a couple of other inputs that came. So we want to capture those voices as well. All right. Dr. Hill.
To adjourn?
Before we move to adjourn, I just want to share, Ms. Rosales Medina, I woke up a little bit, and we did talk about the membership with, we did talk about the Y, because we were talking about people providing services, and I said they would have the money to do it because they have membership, you know, at all of their Ys. I think that's where the membership bit came up. But we're just in that respect. So I just wanted to, you know, publicly acknowledge that we did talk about membership, but it was just that they would be able to provide the services because they do charge membership for those who belong to the Y.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I just know that there was a concern. So if that was the concern, then as long as they're able to provide me just more information on that, that would help me personally. Thank you.
All right, 12.1, adjournment. I heard a move in between. Yeah, I guess we'll officially. Good night, everyone, and God bless.